wait. Hello everyone and welcome! It is Wiki Free Friday again and we are playing more Island Empires and featuring Buff Bali. And we have today Ruben again with us.
Hello.
And Zeb.
Hello.
And Agonia.
Hello.
Who's still trying to connect.
Yeah, I'm
Ceci,
trying.
you're trying.
Time. So I think I may be in need of repairing my game.
That could be the case actually, yeah. Which isn't good.
No, but it doesn't connect.
Yeah, that's worse actually. That's like 10 times worse.
It just refuse to connect, like either when you try or
it just takes way too long and just doesn't do it.
Yeah,
so
that's
there
weird.
might be, it might just be Clausewitz being Clausewitz again. But yeah, welcome back. The PC is working again. We can play more Wiki Free. Sadly, Baldur's Gate 3 just didn't work out this week. So
Well, it did not work out. Your PC was broke.
yeah, and we don't know why. It just
Is it Samsung again? Being
No.
like, yeah, you tried to make us pay for something. No. Oh, okay.
so I'm like literally just
Yeah,
they don't know why. It's more
you
like
installed an SSD.
Yeah.
A new one.
so basically if anyone is like if anyone's asking, it literally is a SATA SSD, not an NVMe SSD. I did everything right. I connected the cable, the data cable, plugged the power in, and then my PC, everything got power, but it didn't even boot up to BIOS. So, what the fuck?
So you deinstalled pretty much everything.
Yeah, so I plugged out the SSD again, didn't work. Plug out other SSDs, doesn't work. Plug out a graphics card, doesn't work.
Plug out RAM.
Plug out
RAM?
RAM, doesn't work. I, check all the, power connectors, doesn't work. Let, power off, off the grid for like over half an hour, it still doesn't work. I don't know. Bring it to the store, they're like, okay. They try everything on their own, doesn't work. Then like, okay, start, disassembling the PC, tests everything on their own. It's like, okay, mainboard works, graphic cards works, RAM works, SSDs work, everything works. Puts it back together, works.
That feels like the ultimate form of turn it off and turn it back on again.
It was it was literally the ultimate form of turning off and on again. I'm not kidding you. That was basically that, yeah. Like, to a degree, you sit there and be like, what? Why? How? What? Why is this happening? The answer was, like, the guy at the store was like, probably some connector wasn't really plugged in. Who knows? They don't. It's like, it probably was a loose connection somewhere, because that's the only explanation they could give, and when, nothing happened. Nothing was there.
Okay.
So, yeah, basically, everything works now. If it's not crashing, Alan Wake 2 on Sunday should not be a problem.
If it suddenly breaks again, you have basically a free repair coupon.
Yeah, I can basically tell them, hey, it broke again. They're like, oh, okay.
At least Agonia's in now.
No, I'm initializing.
No? Oh, okay.
The game just...
Oh, it said...
Yeah. That's what it tells you if you basically say connect to game.
Oh,
If it
okay.
gets a connection in the first place and then starts to initialize game, then that tells you I'm in.
And it crashes because...
Yeah, that would be bad. That would be really bad.
Yeah.
That would be the worst.
It would really suck, honestly.
Then we would need to play something else.
I think we can still look what the problem is. I guess Minecraft would be then the thing. I wanted to play Buff Bali now. I'm on my way to fixing my economy.
Well, if this game is crashed, I mean, we could try loading a different game, see if it's just the state of the game of this session that's the problem.
I mean, why can you two then connect?
Yeah, that's the thing. You two.
Yeah.
Maybe we just need to all, quit and reload. Sometimes it's just that's the solution. Everyone quits. Everyone
Turn it off
and
turn it off, then turn it back on.
It helps.
Well, we'll see if Agonia is able to load into this. Or not.
Yeah. It's currently stuck on a very beautiful screen.
The buff.
No, they don't. I
No.
wish they would add like a secret loading screen that could has like 1 in 0.1 chance of popping up, which would be the Buff Balinese butchers flexing. That would be one hell of a mod to do. Good one though.
Buff Bolognese and Bologna.
No, the Buff
Oh.
Balinese butchers who flexed more than they wanted to land. So I couldn't
But
do naval
what do you think
invasions.
about Bologna?
Bologna should be conquered to have access to best pasta sauce.
Oh, sorry, I was thinking bologna. That's what I was thinking. Not Bologna, the state bologna.
What? Where? Also,
Bologna. You know, like the sausage. The deli type sausage. That's like cut thin in large slices. You
Where
put
is
it on like
that?
sandwiches. Is this? I think it's more American thing.
What are you
Pretty sure that
talking
you're
about?
talking about the-
Oh, it's
No,
Bologna.
Ruben.
It's Bologna sausage.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you're talking about the exact same thing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
which is in Romagna, not Bologna. Speak Italian, ragazzo.
We had Brexit. We don't have to speak Italian anymore.
Yeah, you don't have anything anymore.
No, we don't.
Fuck you. You're
People
on this
got mad
shitty
about-
island. I can insult you in Italian.
No, you can't. You can't do that in Italian.
People genuinely got mad and confused because there was like so there were specific foodstuffs going to Northern Ireland, and it says like not for the EU because because Northern Ireland and the Republic of Ireland are still part of the single market.
Yeah, I know.
Republic of Ireland, obviously, but so foodstuffs that can go to Northern Ireland but not travel on further to the EU. So there's no loophole. Well, there is, but no one's stopping you. But so food stuff doesn't go and break the single market. People got confused about that, being like, if it's not right for the EU, why are we eating it? Why, what is this? I thought, people genuinely got mad and confused about it.
Lol.
Yeah.
LMAO. I mean, again, I think we talked about this last time, but remember how your I think the Sun or your major British newspaper was like, they don't include us in the major transportation network plan. Well, yes, Britain, you want it out. That's
Also,
why
I
we
think a
plan
bunch
for-
of countries are right now kicking out a bunch of Brits as well. You know, Brits that emigrated, so they're quote unquote expats, basically,
Yeah, but it's so
and have
funny
their
that
homes in Spain and stuff, so they piss off all the Spanish people.
yeah. And now, yeah, but it's so funny that it's like, why are they excluding us from their plans? Why don't we get money for high-speed rail too? It's like, sucks to be you. That is now literally your own problem. And Rishi Sunak, I suppose. Yeah. That's why
Yep.
Ireland gets money.
Yeah, and guess what? The big Brexit benefits we've finally got. We can now sell wine by the pint instead of 500 millimeters or the 750 millimeters.
How
Like the
are you
standard
messing
ones.
up meters and liters?
Millimeters. Oh,
Milliliters.
Milliliters.
I was gonna say the exact same thing.
Milliliters.
I only
Even
know
I know
one
that.
person that did that publicly.
Yeah, it was very embarrassing. There was a whole H-Bomber guy video about it.
Well, it's a cubic millimeter of water, which is roughly the same as alcohol, even though the density is slightly similar. So it's roughly the same if you do it in millimeters.
Yeah, but then
Cubed.
you read cubic millimeters.
Oh, millimeters cubed. I just forgot to say the cube.
And I think also the wrong number.
Well, no, aren't your white bottles like 75 milliliters?
By the way, we can start now, so I just
Oh,
pressed
yeah,
the
okay.
button. Prepare to suffer.
Depends.
Depends. Okay. Well, that's like the typical size, I think. Same with the most spirits and stuff. Might just be UK regulations, perhaps.
We have 50, 75. We have
Oh, you talk
20.
about CL, like cubic liters.
Are there not cubic liters?
Well, that's
Cubic meters.
I was converting them to milliliters rather than cubic liters.
Still, I'm confused about cubic liters. Do you mean
Cubic liters are milliliters times 10. Like a centimeter is a
but
100.
you still fucking up meters and liters even when you...
No, you're just not listening.
Well, enough.
No, I'm listening. That's the problem.
I'm sorry.
Because...
Ping market. What?
Yeah. Don't
Oh.
you remember?
Oh yeah, Heavenly
Kingdom
Kingdom
out
is
and
now a thing.
succeeded.
Yeah,
I don't like how it is always successful in this update.
I mean, at least they get a better flag. That's a pretty nice flag.
it's a solid
Like, this
flag.
slide, yeah. The vexillology is right. And apparently they're declaring war on Korea. Or Johnson.
I mean, to be fair, if you were the Heavenly Kingdom, would you not declare war on Joseon?
I don't know. What is it just about China hating Korea?
Well, it's a tiny landmass with no connection to somewhere else, and you could have it.
Poor Koreans, they're getting fucked by the Chinese, fucked by the Japanese.
Yeah.
Rip. Stuck between a rock and a hard place, just like Poland. Korea is East Asia's Poland.
Problem is, Poland is also a hard place.
Yeah.
That is one hell of a thing to say. I mean, I did once the claim that Japan is probably Asia's Britain.
No, that was me.
Was you?
Yes. It's even on my freaking account.
Oh, yeah. I know a lot of people hated that suggestion. But then again, you think
I
about
mean, it's
it.
accurate.
Is it? I mean, you know what? On the other hand,
I disagree. The British don't have that much culture.
I mean, geographically. And geopolitically. Not culturally. Culturally, sure, yeah, you're right.
also the Brits don't have that much good railway infrastructure.
Yeah, that as well. Genuinely, we've built more high-speed rail in Turkey than in the UK.
That's
Like,
a
the
feat.
British railway builders have built more in Turkey than in our own country.
You know what? Here's the thing. Technically, a bunch of your what you had with before you privatized everything and it went to shit organization-wise, is actually pretty good. The major thing is that I need to point this out. England doesn't need that much high-speed rail, actually. Let me point this one out. You basically have London to Paris, the channel, and also London to, I think, Brussels/Amsterdam. So there's high-speed rail 1. That makes sense, because it's like a longer distance to the mainland. You want high-speed rail there.
You could probably use high-speed rail going from London to Edinburgh or...
Yeah, but basically,
Basically a
London,
north-south.
basically
So-
London, Birmingham, Manchester, Edinburgh, and that is all. I mean, if you're
And
spicy,
Glasgow, Newcastle.
I mean, if you're
probably.
spicy and you dig a tunnel or build a big bridge to Belfast, that would still make sense.
Yeah, you
to a
can't
degree.
do that. You've got basically the deepest underwater cavern, like underwater canyon there between Scotland and Northern Ireland. That's why we put our nuclear submarines like in the Irish Sea, sort of. Also, yeah, there's a bunch of nuclear waste down there that was dumped there in the 60s. So, and also explosives as well. So you basically don't try to pull up Boris Johnson and build stuff there. It's just not going to work out.
So you can't build a bridge anymore.
You can't build a bridge or a tunnel.
Build a bridge.
Or choose a boat. The boats are good. Or hovercraft.
You could take a page out of, I think, Greece's book and build a floating bridge.
For example,
that is possible.
I mean, or Norway.
But the weather, if you know anything about the west coast of Scotland and the Irish Sea and Ireland in general, the weather is just it's gonna be open half the year if you do that because of the weather.
I mean, you know what? We're building currently a big tunnel to Denmark, and it's not that far. Okay, man, I mean, it's more shallow, so, you know. As everyone who's wondering what I mean, like, right here, there's, like, this is Fehmarn, the island Fehmarn, and we're currently building a tunnel between here and here, so you have, like, a high-speed rail connection from Hamburg to Copenhagen. Before that, you had to go all the way around here, which was, you know, just faster than taking a ferry. Fun fact, there was actually an ICE connection over here, and it was the only line where we had a diesel-powered ICE train running. It wasn't, I mean, it did its job, but it wasn't really one of the, you know, good diesel-powered multiple unit trains out there. I mean, it was worse than an ICE, basically. It was still not the worst, but, you know. But basically, yeah, we're gonna make high-speed connection from Hamburg to Copenhagen. Hopefully someday to Stockholm. That would be kind of banger. But yeah, no, that's the thing. England really only needs a major high-speed rail connection from London, Birmingham, Manchester, Edinburgh.
Glasgow. Don't forget Glasgow.
Is someone
It's not the
capable
capital.
of taking
Glasgow.
700k in debt?
I mean, you could say they could still make a high-speed connection from, you know, Liverpool to York. You know, that's like an east-west connection, maybe, you know, down to
you need more
Wales.
east-west connection, because right now there's fuck all there.
Yeah, that's the thing. Basically, if you really want to make high-speed rail, and here's a big thing, what this means for Britain, which would means, the British, you know, train profile requirements are different between, you know, high-speed rail and regular one. So the main thing is that regular British trains are smaller, slimmer, okay? When you want to drive on regular British tracks. Only high-speed rail 1 so far has the regulations from mainland Europe that allows for, you know, not only faster trains but also wider trains, meaning either they would rework everything to fit that standard requirement, which would mean a lot more new stations, etc., because again, every other station was not built for that, or you know, they would build like 1-2 major high-speed rail lines that would be like arteries, you know, that would flow very, very frequently, and would then make it so that you basically could just go to them easily. Like, you know, you had like like a mainland connection that's like circling a lot of times, and then you could just get to those with other trains. And here's the thing I want to point out why that is not even such a bad problem. So it's not really a big problem, I want to say. So while you could definitely make like an argument that, you know, Liverpool, Manchester, York, down to Cardiff and such, that you could do like at least 2 east-west connections and it would probably be fine. The main problem British Rail currently has is literally the privatization, splintering, and not a unified model / planning. Because, ironically, when you still build, you know, unified rail transport, the Brits actually had some pretty good train designs. Actually, I mean diesel engines usually, but they're so reliable. You literally exported them to Australia and a lot of places because they were really good diesel engine trains, and you still use them. Now, here's another thing that's quite interesting about Britain. The average travel speed for British, for the standard British train is higher than in most countries. Meaning that on average, British trains are faster. Now that doesn't mean, that British trains are super fast. For example, high-speed rail and such. You don't hit 200 kilometers per hour all the time.
It's like 120, isn't it? Or 150?
Roughly like that, yeah. But here's a big thing you need to keep in mind. Britain isn't that big. If you have an average speed of 150, I think, it is really fine, actually. I mean, you have a lot of curved tracks and such, but if you're just an island and you just need to get from coast to coast, which isn't that big, except from the whole Liverpool to York, Cardiff, connection slide, you do not have that long of connections. The only real long connections that would need high-speed rail would be, London, Edinburgh. That would make sense having high-speed rail, but the rest, expanding the current network and, making it electrified, for example, that would be a major thing, actually. Yeah, I need to declare bankruptcy. Time to save my economy. That's actually a really big thing if you think about it. Because that means that you can just have trains that connect relatively frequently, and again, if they're not diesel powered, to the main line that actually goes north south, or the one or two that goes east west. But they just need to be expanded and actually electrified and cared well and planned well. You still have a good railway network. The problem is
if you continue expanding the amount of renewables in the UK, mostly wind, you can then have an entirely renewables-based, sustainable, high-speed and regional rail that's actually fucking reasonable.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Then, build a couple more, either tram or underground systems, or maybe even above-ground rail systems, like in Birmingham. So Birmingham doesn't have a tram or rail system. It's only got buses.
Stupid. That is
yes, it is stupid. Birmingham's got 1 million fucking people. Yeah. It's bigger than Glasgow. Glasgow has an underground rail, mostly because it's from the Victorian times and they've kept it around since then. But Birmingham's just been screwed over by, we don't want to build something.
Now the question is if people in Birmingham are able to get where they need to go in a reasonable enough time for themselves.
It's not like the US, so basically it's got the worst of both worlds. It doesn't have the high amount of roads and easy accessibility by cars, because Birmingham is a very old city.
Yeah.
So it's similar in its car infrastructure to most the European average, but it doesn't have the public infrastructure. So a good amount of buses, a good amount of rail or trams or whatever, like the Europeans, like the European standard or mainland. So we kind of got the burst of both worlds if you exclude London in the UK, to be honest. People there want trams and buses, but they just haven't built it because planning and costs and and the lack of either national or regional. We've just got a really messed up system here. Really inefficient.
I mean, that's one of those things when I'm saying that how's it called? There's the UK isn't a I mean, I'm gonna say it honestly, the UK isn't a complete hellhole. It just is made into one by,
By the Tories,
Yeah.
mostly.
Yeah. And I think the railway system is probably one of the better examples of that, because
It can be fixed. It's so close to great. It's so close to being pretty good.
yeah.
But it's just neglect and, oh, what's the first thing we can cut? Capital investment. Oh, now why are the roofs of our schools falling down? Oh, because we've had this problem with rack. What's it? Reinforced aerated concrete. Oh, we've had this problem where rack can degrade very easily over time, and rack that was built in the 50s and 60s and 70s wasn't built properly, so it degrades. And right now, like they've been saying, "Here, we need to replace that," and they've been saying that for the last 30 years.
The thing is, if rack is built properly and maintained properly, it lasts like forever.
Yeah, but ours wasn't
Which is what we
in the
have a lot
50s and 60s.
And we have a lot of that in the US, especially in like the DC area. We had a lot of our growth in like the 50s and 60s. It's like a massive amount of growth in that time, and so we have a lot of buildings that are in kind of that that style.
Does your school have rack that you work at?
My school is mostly brick and mortar.
Oh, okay, so it's a bit older, perhaps, or not made from that era. But
well, so here's the thing about construction in the U.S. We use everything.
is it? Okay.
It's not really a matter of like what era. We just use everything to build. We use
Okay.
wood. We use concrete. We use brick and mortar. It's everything. Nothing is inefficient or bad because
we kind of go through eras like in the
slightly
50s
less
and
efficient
60s.
like construction materials that we use. We're just so good at building with them that it's not inefficient anymore.
Okay. Cool.
Meanwhile, Germans are like, concrete, concrete, concrete.
We had the concrete phase in like the 50s and 60s. Now all the concrete stuff has been torn down, and it's now all like, the panel-based sort of system. So like you could tell a modern building by having like those. Is it plastic or plastic code? Like the panels sort of system, sort of.
Oh,
like on newish houses and
it's
flats
more like,
and stuff.
It's more like you will still build a lot with concrete because like I'm gonna be honest with you. The thing about what is getting built is mainly based on what is in the laws, like what is actually standard building requirements. So for example, if you for example look at Germany, there are a lot of regulations that make it so that you have to nowadays have really well insulated buildings, for example. Meaning that if you're living in it's generally when you build houses nowadays, they are really energy efficient, like by design. Meanwhile, if you for example look into how's it called? Meanwhile, if you, for example, look at the Brits, for example, again, you had stuff like, the Tories in power for a lot of times. Your building regulations are a lot more lax, so your houses suck shit. I know people keep saying...
Okay, so we had a period of them being lax in the 50s and 60s, but now, okay, housing, oh no, so I was thinking more of planning regulations, because those are the ones that are super strict and restrict building, actually, shit.
Yeah, but like, how you have to build your house is like, let's just put it like this. If you, for example, look at how a house is built in Britain, it's like, there's still this myth like, oh yeah, but our houses insulate well, they're not meant to resist heat in the summer. Well, on average, you have the shittiest houses for the winter in Europe anyway. French houses are better, and half of the country is literally Mediterranean.
A lot of these structural decisions are a result of basically when your construction industry became a vital part of your economy in history. So, like, for example, in the U.S., our construction industry became, like, massively important when we were expanding westward, and so around the Victorian era, actually, because there were so many people that were building and homesteading and, like, moving out west that they couldn't, like, there was no reason to build anything other than wood. And so our woodworking industry got insanely valuable and insanely experienced and good at what it does. Especially with the creation of modular modular houses. Like, people would go to a store, buy a house, and they would have the pieces of the house shipped out to them, and they just stand it up and put it together like a bunch of Legos. That is how our wood buildings kind of like came to be, and they stayed around because they became super cheap to make, and there were a lot of cases where we just had to build them over and over again because weather out in the Midwest is not good. So yeah. But either way, when your construction industry gets to a certain point, whatever they're using to build, that's essentially going to be the default for a lot of buildings and structures throughout the rest of your history.
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean here it was in Germany it was like the obvious thing, like our nation was kind of flattened.
For good reason.
For good reasons.
Yes.
Just pointing out, don't fall for the lie that Dresden was bombed without reason. That was literally propagated by Nazis. So just so you know, there's a good video I think by, was it 3 Arrows or was it Sean? I think it was 3 Arrows. They made a good video about that, but yeah. In general, just don't fall for that. But yeah, we were bombed. So they rebuilt a lot of stuff, and this is why they used concrete. I mean, not like, we had before that a good concrete industry that was fueled by the war machine. Sorry for that. Yeah, we built a lot of bunkers, so like...
It's kind of obvious that the war industry was going to benefit concrete at the time, because concrete was useful for building bunkers and other...
That's why, after the war, basically when people rebuilt, it was mostly like, in the East and West, it was like, well, what is easy to, use and, holds a long time? Concrete. So they use concrete. Except in the cities where, there were a few cities where, you nowadays walk through them and be like, look at this wonderful old town, so many old buildings, they just rebuilt them. There are a bunch of cities nowadays that literally just rebuilt their old town. I don't think many still have medieval, so yeah, sorry to disappoint anyone. Not many cities in Germany have still, medieval era buildings,
structures or castles and stuff.
I think you can in some southern. I think Speyer.
Castles are still
castles. Yeah.
Yeah, the castles are still fine. At least the stone part. Rest is wood doesn't hold on that long.
Yeah. So we still have some castles that are look at even old castles actually. So castles that are actually used in a lot of movies and such that you probably already saw in, like, that you even saw, like, as references in anime, for example. I think in Violet Evergarden, like, one part, like one river region, is just literally the Rhine. They just took pictures of the Rhine and the castles there, and they just fucking made it into an anime where, like, it's a fantasy region now, and you're like, everyone's like, oh yeah, that looks made up. No, it's the fucking Rhine, or Mosel. They look very similar. So,
Germany doesn't exist, it's only the anime.
Okay, but yeah, seriously, there are parts in the Rhine, and especially the Mosel region, if you ever thought about, quote unquote, how it looks in an anime, most in modern anime, like the, German-like settings in anime, that's that. It's there. Like, no fucking, like, seriously, you want to experience that? Go to the Mosel region. I'm not shitting you. And every other German city, that's pre-war Frankfurt. I mean, if you don't trust me, like, yeah, it is pre-war. Okay, like, I mean, you know why I can say that, by the way? My hometown of Bittelberg was one of the 5-ish towns that got rebuilt in the pre-war style money. Oh yeah, that's nice. That's definitely nice, but yeah, Netherlands, you definitely were like, definitely got like a bunch of, also flattened by us. I mean, sorry for Rotterdam.
Fair.
That was us. That was us, actually. So
if you do sort of want like that sort of medieval, proper medieval, the ones that don't exist in Germany style street, York has a bunch. Like, funny name, but there's like I think it's Shambles Street or just Shambles. Yeah, that is an actual medieval street where they actually have the old, the stereotypical like Tudor house where they have like, basically it's got the wood and they like in the street, like the upper levels start narrowing. Well, so narrow the street so they lean over sort of a little bit, and like they've made out. I think they're mostly made out of like, is it what's it? Maybe it's some sort of clay. I can't remember, but like between the wood like panels and stuff like that, sort of like that. Very very stereotypically medieval. Like you do still have those quite a lot in the UK. So
yeah, I mean,
we've got something you don't have.
I mean, we didn't
mostly have.
We didn't
We
kill
have
you
them
as
again.
much.
We have them again because we rebuilt them lots of times.
Yeah, but I'm saying,
We've got
But
the
the
originals.
Yeah. You got.
Mostly because we didn't get bombed as much
I
as
think
you.
Speyer still has like at least one street that is still there, like from medieval times. Actually, that is still there. Like fought on after the rest of the Netherlands surrendered. So Middelburg got the Rotterdam treatment as well. Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Yeah. Rotterdam was wow, that was bad.
A lot of the 19th and 20th centuries were just
Mostly
bad.
forgotten fact because Zealand is mostly forgotten enough. Oh, Zealand sounds like a nice place actually. I mean, you know what? On the other hand, I have to say there's stuff we haven't even built to this day. Like for example, there's one thing my granddad from my father's side kept talking about, and it was like so. There were many bridges over the Rhine, because you need to keep in mind the Rhine is basically the biggest river in Germany, and it's like a major transportation hub, but also you need to get over the Rhine. And so near Karlsruhe / Baden, there was die Rheinbrücken, and there were train bridges that were, how is it called? They had 4 tracks over there, because it was pretty important, because there's there's like a railway line going to Basel, Switzerland back down there, and that railway line goes down to Italy, and it comes from Rotterdam. So you can imagine how that is like a really important cargo railway line. And also the so that just so you know, I can show it on the. It's so useful to have a map here. Basically, it is here at the Rhine, and you have a rail line coming from Paris to Stuttgart, Munich, Vienna / there. That is quite the important railway line. I mean, if you heard about the fact that there's like this whole thing about between Stuttgart and Ulm. They building a new high-speed railway line there. So you're like, oh, okay, so this is a pretty important bridge. Yeah, they rebuilt it. With 2. Just literally 2 fucking lanes. And it's one of the biggest problems they had there. I don't think they have fixed that yet. My grandpa was always like, they need to build another bridge. They need to make the bridge bigger. They have never done it because that costs money. Which is like... That's always what I'm going to say when we talk about, money and trains. Like, people always be like, this and that about,
Yes?
there will always be this and that about, oh hey, it costs so much to build trains and such. Not building trains now will bite you in the ass later. Like, hands down. Like, train infrastructure upkeep is way lower than any street you can have. An organized rail network can just have much more cargo on it than anything else. You will not be able to replace trains with trucks for a lot of things. You can't. You cannot fill your cities with cars and then be like, oh, why is everything so full? Well, because obviously, cars just take way too much space. You haven't built the tram back then because you were like, it's too expensive. And now your buses are stuck in traffic. Good job. I think the funniest thing I will ever remember is the biggest city near where I grew up, Saarbrücken. They had a really well-functioning tram network that they removed in the 80s. Because literally the fucking, they were told, oh yeah, we can do all of that with buses. Buses are perfect. You don't need those old trams. It got so bad with cars. Guess what they did? They built a new tram. They built a really good tram line. They still need more tram lines though. Just so you know.
The Heavenly Kingdom isn't seeming so heavenly right now.
No.
Oh.
It's a heaven for revolutionaries.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be more the Revolutionary Kingdom? Or is that the communist version of the Heavenly Kingdom?
Maybe.
The Revolutionary Kingdom.
What does the revolutionary kingdom revolting against?
Good question, but maybe they just want their
People
own
being
retainer.
against Sagex.
It's kind of a long while. Blocking bridge. Okay, maybe I'm just very stupid. I really don't get it. Ah, well, first of all, I'm just getting all the reforms through. And fuck the landowners. Gonna make the landowners weak. And now we talked about trains again.
But have we built trains?
I have built trains already. Yes, Bali has trains. Choo choo, motherfuckers. Yes, more revolution. I don't want it to end again. I want to beat down the fucking landlords. They're too strong again. They're 20. Let me just beat them. I want to get mercantilism and traditionalism and all that shit off. Then I have money, actually, and can build stuff. But yeah, not investing in trains just really is not good. Like, you can literally just make everything so much worse if you don't do that. Like, I mean, that's the thing. It's not that highways are not, you know. I mean, this is something we definitely need to point out. Highways are useful. Overuse of highways is stupid. Like, you do want to have some, you know, express streets across your country because those will be used from time to time. But a highway that is bigger than 4 lanes is a waste. A highway that is that just has massive amounts of cars on them will drain your money because repairs need to be much more frequent and are much more expensive than railways.
Nye bans motorways.
I don't want to ban
Over
them.
at 7.
I don't want to ban them. The thing is, we have cars now. We will and do need cars from time to time. There are things we cannot actually transport by train. Yes, I know how infuriating that sounds, but it's true. There is stuff that cannot be, you know, done by train as well. However, that is not that much, you know. For most stuff, you can use trains. You could make it even easier to use trains for that. And also, like, you know, we shouldn't build gigantic amounts of parking space inside of our cities. That will just kill our cities. I mean, you know, there's this funny joke I did because, like, so...
Oh, you declared it funny.
No, I mean, it's others. Okay. So there's this joke I did because, so there's this internal thing going around with me and, me and Danny, because we're kind of hanging on this idea of making a video about, you know, urbanism and Battlefield, the series, because there's one map in 2042 that's just shit. It's just pure shit. Like, if they fixed it to a degree to be, you know, much more fun playable. But it's so funny how you can point at the map and literally say, the problems with this map is just bad urbanism itself. Like, it's not a good place where you would want to be in real life. So it's also a bad place to be in-game. Which is kind of interesting, because then you kind of realize, if you want to make fun, quote-unquote, play spaces in urban areas for, for a game, you know, that is technically a shooter, so you have lots of people running around, you do need to have some form of, well, you just have to, you know, have some form of, oh, nice, going for laissez-faire.
One quick thing to say about laissez-faire. Laissez-faire is sometimes bugged because it doesn't give you the returns that
so you mean I should go for something else?
Probably.
Maybe.
What I've found has happened is that sometimes you don't get the I believe it's you don't get the reimbursement for the amount of control that you get, if I'm remembering it correctly. So it's yes.
So I mean, it's probably better to go
No,
for it.
he said sometimes that bug happens.
Sometimes. Okay, then, you know what, then I just...
If it happens, it's bad. If it's not happening, it's okay.
Okay, yeah. Then I just will
Yes.
go for that, then I can actually get better taxation even.
I think that was pretty obvious.
Yeah, okay. So, but basically, there is, if you look at that, a correlation between having, you know, multiplayer maps based on, you know, human-designed cities, which is, you know, probably the most ironic comparison is that in the game previously there were two maps based on Old Rotterdam. They are one of the most favorite maps in the whole series. Oh, well, they are very liked. They're probably one of the most liked maps in the game, and probably people like them overall, because they're walkable. Even inside of the game, you still see how it's dense and walkable, and so not that shit. And so there's this fun thing about if you look at a lot of downtowns in America nowadays, which are like street hellholes without a lot of walkability. They're just burrowed high-rises and stuff. So they're like office high-rises. They're kind of shit. They just kind of suck to live there. And then they have like one map that's literally called Downtown. And it's more Old Rotterdam, not that shit. Yeah, okay, so there's actually one map that is before it got bombed and one map that's after it got bombed. They're both good. Still, whoopsie. But yeah, basically, the Downtown map, even though it still has, at least 2 parking garages and some, streets, it is still way more human designed than actual American downtowns. And I find that so fucking funny, because you clearly see, if you just go through it, how someone wanted to make a space that felt real, but then was like, oh, I can't just slam streets everywhere, that would suck. So they literally made a place with, a bit of a shopping mall that is above ground, where you can walk around, and there's like sensible street crossings, etc., etc., etc. And this is so funny to me, because someone probably unconsciously sat down and was like, oh yeah, I need to make this fun to play, and unintentionally fixed a downtown in LA, I think, which is like, this is so fucking funny to me. But yeah, look at video games. You will if you design video games, with real life measurements, they're gonna be pretty fucking boring to a big degree. I mean, but I think this is also one thing why. Oh yeah, for example, The Division 2 or so is set in Washington D.C. We played that, Zep, if you remember.
Yep.
It's not 1-to-1 size, but you can still see how this is still more designed to be walked through, than most other towns, because it has to, else it would suck.
I mean, there's a decent amount of accuracy as far as like street layout goes.
Oh yeah, street layout and such, but like the size is just broken down more, so it's not like a long track, which would. Okay, honestly,
it's not necessarily that the size is broken down. It is smaller than DC, but it is the scale is basically correct.
Oh, the scale actually.
The scale is not that bad.
I mean, I would actually love to have like I know this is like, oh, you have an interest in a Division game, like, sure, I know this is like the weirdest thing to say, but like if they would pick like another city in America, like I guess Philadelphia, Chicago would probably be interesting. Chicago, Philadelphia. And they would actually
Chicago, it would be maybe okay. Philadelphia would not work. The next city that I would recommend, honestly, would probably be either downtown Atlanta, specifically only downtown Atlanta. Nowhere else in Atlanta.
Is that bad in Atlanta?
Yeah, Atlanta is pretty bad sprawl, but it's only outside of the downtown area.
Yeah, I was more like I wanted to, I wanted to have like more of an old city, that's like has a lot of interesting stuff, but like actually it'd be 1-to-1. I would love to have a game where you could actually walk through it and it's 1-to-1 size, and it would actually take you like the in-game time equivalency of real world time to walk from one place to another, and then that would be really fucking interesting. It would probably be hard to balance, and you definitely need some good, public transport system to actually travel around fast. But it would be really fucking interesting, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I would love that. I would love that.
I think the Spider-Man games tried that, where they turned fast travel into just a subway,
Yeah, I mean,
and
now
they made it so that it was big enough that you actually would want to take the subway sometimes as Spider-Man.
It depends. It depends. I think I never used the subway when I played through the first Spider-Man, the new ones. You can swing pretty fast through. Also, I think
Yeah.
that's probably the thing. Yeah, Manhattan feels pretty big, and I still need to play Miles Morales. Like, honestly, I know the
I
new...
mean, Manhattan is big, but you can walk across it, no problem. I've done that. Well, I did that while
Yeah,
carrying
I
my
heard
sister
that.
as a kid, so...
But like,
It's,
I just want to point out the new Spider-Man games. They're really fucking fun. I mean, seriously, I think the one reason why I never used the subway, aside from the loading times on the PS5 version are so fast you don't really need them anymore, is simply swinging is just more fun. Swinging is
Yeah.
legitimately fun in those games. I absolutely love it.
In a sense, they made it too fun.
Can you make things too fun? I mean, yes, I didn't use the subway, but like,
I mean, if the goal
But I
is
mean,
to
you didn't interact with the other aspect of the game. There.
I mean, I just kind of loved how, I mean,
That's fair. You can make. If the goal is that the player interacts with every system, then that one system was too fun.
Yeah, that's true. That's something you probably can't avoid to a degree in a lot of games. Like, for example, if you look at, let's just say, I mean, in Spider-Man, I just want to point out, I think the funniest part for me is when people are like, look, they have like the whole, here's like a bandit fortress like in Far Cry thing, and I'm like, yeah, but also you're Spider-Man. So like, you just jump on like above them and you spy them out, and then you like, make takedowns, and then everyone's like, oh, Spider-Man's here, and you're like, yes, I'm here, that you punch them, that's cool. Because here's the thing, if your combat loop is good, just having random, arenas to make combat loop, to, play the combat loop in, is good. Like, I think some people make a lot of, quote-unquote, game critiques based on the idea of, that mechanic was in game there where it wasn't used that well, or maybe it's overused, and not why is the gameplay mechanic used in certain aspects, or does it work in this game, for example? Again, if you have like a really fun combat loop in a Spider-Man game, I think you obviously kind of want to give people the opportunity to use, the combat loop in a Spider-Man game, and having like bandit camps to clear is just like, yeah, here's an excuse to use the combat loop. What is Amsterdam? Did someone remake Amsterdam and Doom? Oh god. Yeah, it could.
Is it Doom in Amsterdam?
It probably is a remake of Amsterdam and Doom. The Doom community is weird like that. Let me put it like this. Oh well.
I think I've kind of gotten Cuba back on to a stable position.
Nice.
I just need to clear out some of my debt. It's gotten a lot better, but it's gotten a little bit better, but it's still the combination of me trying to catch up with my debt issues on top of like my GDP stabilized and increased a little bit has made my diplomatic payments increase, which means that getting rid of my interest is getting harder.
Davilex was a game company known for such limited titles such as A2 Racer, A2 Racer 2 Holiday Racer, Russia and Amsterdam was the attempt at a Doom clone set in Amsterdam. Oh, I heard about A2 Racer, I think. I heard... Oh, yeah, right. I think I heard about them, like... Oh, yeah, I know. They were known here as well. That's decades ago. Who fucking remembers Davilex? I mean, I do now. But, yeah,
Remembers what?
Davilex, which was, like... It's an old Dutch, Dutch developer that, you know...
It sounds like a developer that I know of, but it doesn't... Like, it sounds different, if you understand what I'm saying. I don't know if it's your accent or not.
The thing is, I currently remember again because the German names was Autobahnraser und Urlaubsraser, and they were kind of a meme. Remember how I said like last time how I rate the games and such? They knew those games and they joked about them as well because like, oh yeah, the old Davilex games, which is like, yeah, they were kind of shit, weren't they? People loved them for some reason. It's like, I don't know how to point it in any other way, but like, Davilex was like, how should I say it? You know, the games were shit, but they were not that shit that they are unplayable. If you get what I mean. Meaning you could have like a lot of yeah, it was a meme in the Dutch lands too. I can see that. I can see that. They basically okay, so interestingly, I know that so Amsterdam was actually, oh god, yeah, right. So here's the thing, Amsterdam was actually also a thing over here. Okay, so this is gonna be really funny to hear. Get ready for that. A2 Race had the wonderful feature of not being able to reverse your car. Yeah. So here's the thing about Davilex, and this is why they were so known here, because you need to keep in mind, they basically, okay, localized their games because they also threw, you know, well, they basically threw their they threw their shovelware onto the market here as well. But because, you know, they were like, we can't just sell a Dutch game in Germany. So they literally localized all of that. So Autobahnraser literally had all of the Dutch thing replaced with German signs, because obviously you want to sell a game to the Germans that was set in Germany, because, you know, there weren't that many, so they just localized theirs. They literally did that, which is very funny.
Did they do the similar thing with like doing a German city rather than like Amsterdam? Or did they just keep the same city?
Yeah, so they used Amsterdam and renamed it into Invasion Deutschland.
It's the same city, just different sides.
They literally put it into Berlin. I mean, okay, stop. They literally had it set in Munich and Berlin. There's like literally the... Okay, you know what? Fuck it. I'm just gonna show you. I have time. Yeah, I know, we're laughing here already, okay? Okay, we're on with this. So, like... Whoop. So, here it is. There's some stuff, here, Amsterdam from Davilex. Great design, by the way. And you see here, like, oh, hey, that looks kinda Dutch. It's still the most realistic game set in Amsterdam. You know what? I should have fucking told Danny that he should have, like, he basically made a video about, Amsterdam and video games, and he should have used Amsterdam.
Not even was it COD? There was some COD game that they did a whole scene set in Amsterdam that they like 3D scanned, sort of. Not even like that?
No, just look at my... That's how it looks like. They just built this game, okay? This is how it looks.
No, I mean for unrealistic portrayals of Amsterdam.
What?
No, because say like Amsterdam's never... Oh, okay.
Okay. And then they went and were like, oh, we need to localize to German. Look at this fucking image! Deutschland ist in Gefahr. Nur du kannst uns retten. It's like, what the fuck have I seen here? This is just like, I want a remaster of this thing. It's going to be shit. Yes, but like, like, this is Munich. This is why you can't... I'm sorry, Sophie. I wish I could have answered you more accurately, but turns out Davilex basically sold 2 different games to our nations. How could I? How could I fucking know? I'm like, what the fuck? Amazing. Amazing. I really thought like, oh yeah, I don't know what it is, but it sounds good. Turns out we knew the same game. I just knew it from different shovelware we sit. Invasion Deutschland. Yeah, that was a thing. God, the 2000s were a wonderful time of just bad things. And Gothic. I really should play Gothic at one point, but I will not play. I will not play without the German localization. Well, the German dub, because the German dub is the best. Jetzt gibt es erstmal volles Pfund aufs Maul. Mhm. That's an iconic line.
Why am I losing money?
Oh god, what this old Spain's at war with France. That's why.
Yeah. Oh shit.
For God's sake. Damn you Spaniards.
I didn't think it would be this bad.
Are you winning, Kagu?
No. Because apparently you can't give them tobacco or like want to give them chocolate and do not have enough sugar and then say, okay, we can't provide you chocolate, and then suddenly the morale falls like 70%.
Oh, that sucks.
It's like, you don't even know what chocolate is. Shut up. Just like,
I don't get chocolate. What is chocolate?
Great. My economy is dying because Spain can't keep themselves out of a war with France.
I mean, to be fair, if I was France, I would attack Spain too. That's what I literally did as an opening
Yeah,
move.
but also there's no way for me to reasonably go
course
against
not.
Spain right now.
Yeah, Transvaal is big.
If I get Zulu, I would
Would
probably...
I increase my autonomy if I do it right now, do you think?
Probably not.
Probably not? Oh, okay.
The war's... Because... Hold on.
The war's
How
going
long
too
till-
quickly.
Yeah, Spain's going to be out of the war very quickly. So, in a sense, that's maybe a good thing for us, but also it's probably a bad thing. It's still a bad thing for us. Unless... Oh, no, we're out of the war.
Okay. Means
So,
good should
all we
go
have to
back
do
to
is-
normal.
Yes, we should hope that things go back to normal.
Come on, just pass dedicated police forces. Not doing...
Da, 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 da.
I found more infrastructure. In the urban planning technology that I didn't have. Because of course I didn't have it.
Yeah, you kind of need that.
Yeah. I noticed.
Not having that also prevents you from getting the non-landowner police.
Yep. But I have no police. I'm starting with no police.
Yep.
Which is fine, I guess.
Plan that urban. Yes.
Now I need to wait until my manpower
Yes.
is full.
Yes. Revolution. I can beat down the fucking landlords.
Finally.
Yeah. Fuck them. Seize their property. Seize their property.
And of course, this is actually really bad. Guyana is trying to break free from me. It's in a secession movement because the Spanish couldn't keep their market together.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah. Fucking sucks.
But yeah, you know about the whole thing. Sometimes you can make stuff too fun. I think that's a problem with. I think that is to a degree a problem with Monster Hunter weapon types. I mean, you can definitely say per title there are some that just statistically outweigh everything, and in the latest titles it's the bowguns. Like, they should just fucking nerf the bowguns. Like, it has become a problem. I'm usually not someone who say nerf things but keep them in line, but it has become ridiculous to a degree in later times. Later titles. Like, for example, you could say, you can finish you can finish every title with basically every weapon. I'd say, for example, in some titles, the difference is more gigantic. See, for example,
Old Hunting Horn.
You could, for example, finish Freedom Unite, which is, in my opinion, still, like, the best example of the old games. You can finish that with a hunting horn. No problem. That is not the problem. The problem is that you literally then have the problem of Well, then you just simply had the problem, it will just take a long time. Whereas if you played, for example, Hammer or, Greatsword, you can just blaze through a lot of fights. It's just like you bonk and the monster falls down. It's that easy to a degree. They're ridiculously strong.
I mean, Minecraft also kind of has the problem that lots of stuff got automated, which
Yeah.
isn't necessarily bad. But now that people are using the automation
Yeah.
to get to the end game faster, for some reason, Mojang slowly wants to try to make it harder again, or technically more tedious. For some reason to keep players in mines forever, I guess.
That's like there are just some decisions.
It's kind of the whole concept of
No.
it. So
No, it's not.
I mean, like, here's the thing.
Minecraft was always a sandbox. That means forcing people to mine is against the design principle.
Or,
I guess if that's how I enjoy the mining aspect of it.
I mean, yeah,
And
I
you
think
still can mine and you get good value out of mining. But like, for example, if you want to build something big, you either forced to mine in between every time to get more resources for tools like diamonds,
yeah.
or you use the village to get easier diamond tools, or use a tunnel borer or something.
I think the biggest problem is just like if you look at, for example, the standard tool you need to use for mining is, for example, a pickaxe. Okay, but the problem is they want you to explore you to explore caves, but the goal you have is getting resources. Yet, for a lot of resources, like for example coal, it is simply better to strip mine because coal has a lower chance of generating when being in contact with air. So like, you need coal for literally everything else. So it's either the best to chop down large amounts of forests, or you strip mine. And strip mining is just hands down the most efficient method of getting to resources.
Or coal farm.
Yeah, the thing is, if they want you to, for example, not do that, they would need to implement, stuff that disincentivize strip mining. But so far, much of that what they implemented incentivizes strip mining, or makes it, even more inefficient. Because, for example, in in older patch versions, iron and diamonds overlapped, so you could mine at a depth where you could get both major resources relatively easily. Now they're different, so you either need to mine higher or lower, meaning that suddenly
You need 2 mines.
you need 2 mines. Or you just need 1 mine because you can actually just get iron from like a relatively simple to set up iron farm at a much higher rate, and you don't need to mine. That's the thing. The cost. It's always about cost efficiency, what do you get out of stuff? That's, for example, why.
I was mainly talking about tools, because you need tools to build stuff, but you also need tools to get resources. So mending is basically the to-go enchantment for everything, so that
Yeah.
you can keep your tools.
Yeah, I mean, for example, if you look at
Which they kinda, in a new data pack a while ago, tried to make exclusive to jungle villagers,
yeah,
which are rare, and if you bring your villagers to the jungle biome, they have a 50% chance of actually breeding a new villager of that biome. So they make it more tedious to get to an enchantment that lets you keep your tools.
that's also a thing.
Which is like, I get the thought process, but the problem is people want to skip it. So you need to think about, okay, why do people want to skip constantly losing tools?
Yeah. I mean, it's like, if your tools degrade and go broke and break, that's like one thing. But if you then have crafting in it that makes your tools more unique, people want to keep their tools and repair them. And if you make that tedious,
It's basically impossible to repair a tool in Minecraft indefinitely without mending.
yeah. So that's why a lot of people, go and want to just use the, the way of least resistance. Similar, if you apply that back to Monster Hunter, I feel like what we're seeing to a degree in a lot of modern titles is that some people looked at certain data graphs, in older titles and somehow misunderstood them. Except the longsword. The longsword just gets overbuffed to fuck ton. It's like, what the actual shit? But let's just... See, the thing is... let me put it like this. If you're playing Monster Hunter, I think most of us have played Monster Hunter. I mean, since World Mode, everyone has. To a degree, your goal is to get to the final quests and just do them. Now, people will, and this is, similar in, if you look at infrastructure and stuff, always take the way of least resistance. They will always take what is more comfortable.
Unless they have a specific goal in mind.
Yeah.
That differs.
Meaning that, for example, if you have, let's say, weapon types like greatsword, hammer, charge blade, etc. Weapons that do relatively big amounts of damage per strike. I think switch axe as well. Or just, just the humble lance. People will gravitate towards builds with raw damage and high affinity. Because the thing is, yes, you can technically make setups with armors and such that get the maximum amount of damage out of monsters, but that's work. That's like literally just a shit ton of work. Because you now need to make a new weapon for this elemental type, a new weapon for this elemental type. You need to make armor that fits that elemental type, etc., etc., etc. That is a shit ton of work. Now there are people that will like that. Don't get me wrong. Okay? There are people who will like that. But on the other hand, there are going to be a lot of people who do not like that. Simple as that. And most people will probably just go the way of least resistance and be like, yeah, so how about I just go and how about if I just go and make a raw damage weapon that does a lot of damage? Then I can just basically save a lot of work.
A lot of time more.
A lot of time also, because you just have a good all-round set that you can use on most hunts. Yes, your average...
Pretty much all hunts.
Yeah, yes, your average speed per hunt will be not, the fastest, but you don't need to hunt as much. So obviously a lot of people did that. And then suddenly you look into World comes out, and they're really trying to just gut raw damage. Like, ridiculously. They just try to gut raw damage. Which is why I'm sitting here being like, what? How did that happen? And the answer is just like, yeah, they apparently thought that raw damage was overused. Well, no shit, it's quote-unquote overused. Most people will tend to make all-round builds. Those will not include, elemental damage usually, because elemental damage is just not that widely applicable to most monsters. Ironically, if you then go back to 3 Ultimate, the most used weapon slash damage type was Blast. Because Blast was just broken, so everyone used Blast weapons. Similarly, if you would look at the stats of, for Ultimate, you would probably find just a giant amount of Charge Blade users and or how's it called? Charge Blade users and or Insect Glaive, because those were broken. So yeah, this is always the thing about how do you want to actually, how do you interpret data? Because yeah, at some point you will always look at some stuff that will make you realize that
You're not really saying anything at this point.
it's more like you need to learn how to interpret data. That is what I'm saying, because there is always going to be stuff by design that is going to be favorable compared to, everything works. Even in a sandbox game, you will usually just have a limited amount of things that players will preferably do. That's just by design. You cannot, for example, look at Minecraft and, for example, say, "Oh yeah, people will just do that. People will just do that," which is like.
Could you start being specific? Because at this point you do not even need to talk.
Okay, it's like, for example, people will not only explore, because to explore you need resources, and the easiest way to get resources by design nowadays is strip mining. So people will strip mine, obviously.
Or explore to a village and strip mine there.
Yeah.
Because that's where all the resources are, and you do not have enough inventory space to explore with resources.
Yeah. And I mean, similar if you, for example, play something like Dwarf Fortress, okay? Mm-hmm. And you, let's say, have, you play Dwarf Fortress, and most people will simply build their fortress just sealed off. There's just gonna be a stone bridge that is raised all the time, except when migrants come, then they lower it, and then they raise it again. Because you do not need more. I mean, yeah, there are, titans and such, but they can't enter your fortress, so obviously everything what people will do is just they build a wall and no one can come into their fortress. It's that easy. And obviously...
yeah, sure. That's then too easy oftentimes, so lots of people say, I do no bridges to...
Yeah, that's obviously one thing then.
Yeah, happens.
That people do that because it kind of makes sense. But...
Because the challenge in Dwarf Fortress is technically surviving.
Mm.
In Minecraft, it is also technically surviving because you can starve to death, at least on certain difficulties.
Yeah.
But generally speaking, after you accumulate base resources, the only thing you have left is build stuff you want to build. Like, for me, for example, there is nothing in Minecraft that I haven't seen already.
Yeah.
So exploring is kind of a moot point for me.
It sounds like at the current point, the only reason why you would want to explore is maybe if there's something interesting in the seed of the map, but that's about it.
I mean, maybe for example, new stuff to explore and such. That is true. Yeah.
Or why I explored in the beginning was get all the different wood types.
Yeah, there's stuff you can absolutely do. That was a
question from me.
Oh yeah, sorry.
You should.
Also, do you need cherry wood? Because I've got some cherry trees.
We have them since
You already have
You have them? Okay.
day 2 of the server or something.
I mean,
just checking.
Where did you get the cherry trees? Is the question.
Oh, you head up north.
Yeah.
Just very north.
Yeah.
Like 2,000 blocks, I think.
No, that's not even... That's way too far. You just need to follow the river to basically the witchy woods, and if you follow that, there are cherry trees. Yeah, if you need wood types, we have seedlings of basically everything. We can give you some. But yeah, basically they have suggested that they might want to make mending less accessible, and people do not like that.
What Minecraft, Mojang?
Yeah. The general.
Why are they ruining Minecraft? Why are they ruining Minecraft? Oh, for God's sake.
I mean, they kind of want to keep it very simple, and stuff like that. So
Or at least you can roll back like to different updates and stuff. But
I mean, the biggest problem is just they have some small updates to combat because combat was too simple before that, but like they can't make combat more engaging.
But they could. But
They could, okay, they could. But here's the thing. If we would think about even some simple, first-person melee combat system, there are some good games out there. Let's just put some simple ones. Let's just look at the Dead Island games as a template. They have a pretty good melee first-person combat system, in my opinion. Like, you can throw stuff, you can kick stuff. It's a bit brawly, but it would kind of fit to, Minecraft, since it's like... It kind of still wants to simulate things. So being able to, for example, throw a cake you pick up from the ground is A, funny, B, yeah. But the problem is they probably don't want to make it more complex because, well...
it relies on simplicity.
Yeah, I think, the idea is that Minecraft has to be simple. And I'm not completely saying that is wrong. Like, let's just be real here. There are a lot of Minecraft clones out there that failed. Simply failed. Which could also be a reason because of, they were a bit more complex. I mean, okay, Minecraft is big because Minecraft has a name. Like, I know there was like something called Ords, and they had like this whole idea of having basically, you could build portals, a la Nether portals, but they are, permanently open gateways, a la, portals to other worlds. That was a cool technical idea, but like, how many Minecraft-style games with quote unquote better combat do you know that are out there that are not 7 Days to Die? And 7 Days to Die is better because it's quote-unquote better only because of the fact that it has Minecraft building and guns. Because that's one of the things, let's just be... I'm gonna make a very controversial statement here, but... The only real good combat system you can make in first person is shooting. That's to a degree the easiest, but also like, have you seen games that tried melee combat? Some are fine. I'm not saying they're bad, but like, how many times have you seen something like The Elder Scrolls, which is just janky to a degree, versus...
I mean, when the Elder Scrolls tried to be an
I mean,
RPG, and it was good.
The Elder Scrolls compared to Doom, like, there's a reason FPS have been around.
Yeah, and then we have this unholy
For a
thing
long
where
time.
FPS want to be RPGs, and RPGs want to be FPS, and none did it as good as Borderlands.
I mean, you also have games, and I know that this is touching on more of like a niche area, but you have like Mountain Blade, you have Bannerlord,
Oh, yeah.
and other games like that, and Kingdom Come Deliverance. That was an enjoyable game. That was basically melee combat, but it was also an RPG in first person. There's a lot to.
So you've
all of
already
this.
the choice between first person and third person army commandment there, if I remember correctly.
In most of them, yeah.
In what?
In the
Mountain
game?
Blade.
Yeah.
Yes, I think so.
So they
Yeah.
wouldn't even fall under it anymore.
It's not a full first-person
Well,
combat game. I mean,
It has an option of it, and I've seen from what I've seen and heard, a lot of people like the first-person stuff. So, and again, I preface this all with the fact that
it's
like,
definitely not something where I'm saying,
It's-
it's
yeah.
bad, but let me put it like this. The first-person combat isn't everything that's carrying the game.
Yeah, it's definitely a case where I think it's definitely a case where it's not that it doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. It's that what needs to be filled, like the market that needs to be filled for that is filled.
Yeah, and also, like, this is why I'm saying
Like
the big problem...
first person melee system is just hard to make.
Yeah, this is why I'm
Yeah.
actually saying that, outside of stuff like Dead Island, I really don't know.
Or at least melee action combat is
Yeah.
harder
Yeah.
to make. If you do round based, melee is great.
Yeah, I mean,
Or just more RPG like. If you remove the whole move your character to hit, but just introduce hit chances.
yeah,
That works.
that does work to a degree. Like, that just
It's
makes it...
technically better for roleplay.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, if you just look at, more action-based things, because that's what probably people would want in Minecraft anyway, yeah, the only real thing I can compare to is actually Dead Island. I mean, it would probably not even be a bad thing. I'd even say, like, if you inspire yourself for, like, the combat of Dead Island, you could probably make a good combat system for Minecraft. Quite some that, even younger children would probably understand. I mean, then we would run into the whole thing again about, and this is probably more the idea of, wouldn't that be too violent, quote unquote? Because, they're still gonna be like, oh, but we are a kids game. And can we have a kids game with, being able to, that where you can just bonk, zombies on the head precisely or throw stuff at them? Like, throwing self can be seen as probably a violent act by, at least a bunch of parents. This isn't to say, like, oh, throwing stuff is violent. Like, as I said before, if you were able to, for example, just pick up things and throw them, like, a cake, for example, that would be fun. I would even argue you will have a lot of modes like Cake Fight coming then. And children would probably really love that because you fight with cakes. That's fun. But this isn't only about children. This is also about how parents see things. And parents are...
Varied.
Yeah, they're varied. There's a lot of varied, and especially parents interpreting what happens in their children's game, from having like a long view on them and not really understanding a lot of context. That's not a good thing. And again, they want to keep children playing that game. They really want to keep them playing those games.
And you're completely right there, because the whole thing is that for all these kids, if their parents don't like the game, that if they like don't like the games that they see, then they're probably not going to buy them for the kids. And
Oh, yeah.
these kids aren't making a lot of money. They're doing chores, they're making a couple bucks. Maybe they can save up for a couple months and they'll maybe be able to buy a cheap game.
Yeah.
That's even assuming that the parents have enough money to give kids even some.
Yeah, and
That
considering
is true.
And considering that Minecraft is like a completely, okay, if you don't get it on a console, it's like a completely digital game, you have to ask your parents, and the parents will check. Let me put it like this. Minecraft in its current state is the easiest sell for children, and sometimes probably the only game children even get to sell to their parents. If they would have, more combat that goes over, what they have right now, or would make stuff more in-depth and stuff, which would, add more gameplay and value, it would probably be not the easiest sell to parents. Like, you could easily make some stuff like dungeon crawling and, randomized loot and chests. The system's already there. But they don't do that because, again, they still have to tiptoe the line between...
So I also think that they have a little bit of that with the fact that they made the Minecraft RPG, which was meant to be that. Although I don't know anything about it aside from what it was meant to be.
Weird, and then there's not a lot going on in it. Let me put
So
it like
I
that.
could see them being like, "Oh, we've already put something out that fills that niche. Why should we change the base game, which sells very well as it is?"
Yeah, I mean that's the thing. I think a lot of people want, a Minecraft style game with more in it. But yeah, it's just a hard sell, I'd say, to, you will not get the mass that is, now, Minecraft. And on the other hand, from what I saw, again, 7 Days to Die is pretty popular right now because for a lot of people, it's Minecraft, but with guns. That's already a big plus there. Which is kind of ironic to say Minecraft but with guns. That sounds like this one elevator pitch that's like, are you stupid? But then they did that.
Are you stupid with a gun?
Yeah, it's more like, this is the most simple plan that you can't just... But, again, considering how many scams were out there, I'm actually, quite impressed. It has not left alpha, I think, but they still develop on the game, and apparently it's pretty popular now, so, no, good on them. Good on them. We're talking so much about Minecraft now, that's weird.
And just because I brought up that the Minecraft community is complaining that Mojang potentially wants to nerf the acquisition rate of mending.
Yeah, I don't get it. It's like people will just strive for mending.
If they do that, I think that they'll need to make certain resources more widely findable.
Kinda. But I think the problem is diamonds are more abundant than ever, for example.
Yeah.
But still, if you mine with a normal diamond pickaxe, on average, until it breaks, you will find probably 500% more diamonds than you put in. But even still, if you want to build something out of diamond blocks, or that would be the big thing, or just want to use the material you already found, that's not necessarily stone you need to mine. Well, you still need to get down there to replenish materials and have a stockpile of diamonds for your tools, and then how many times can I... you need to always keep book about how many diamonds you have left and check, do I need to mine again? But if you have mending, you just need an XP farm somewhere, kill a bunch of mobs, and then your stuff is repaired. Everything you're wearing and everything you have in your hand.
Yeah.
Which is way faster than mining for more diamonds, which after a while gets old.
I mean, I think the most ironic thing to talk about
sometimes
is that...
I'm more the mining type. I always dig down and do strip mining for hours, but I soon need something else.
You always mod the game.
You can mod the game, but then we're not talking about the game anymore.
Yeah, we're
I
not
know.
talking about my basic. It's kind of like how's basic Minecraft and such.
But you definitely can mod it.
And do you actually have some sort of like integrated, like modding thing, like sort of like their own mod markets? Because like trying to download them, it's a bit of a pain in the backside. Like if you had something similar to like like on Steam, it's really easy to download and integrate.
You mean like
mods.
Paradox mods?
A bit like that either. Yeah.
I don't
I
think...
say Paradox mods, but Paradox mods hasn't started yet, and it was supposed to have started like a month ago.
Oh. I mean a bit more. I don't know, like Steam or like
I don't think
if you've played
Yeah,
like
I get-
Daisy or Armor, it's really easy.
Well, no, I don't think they have that.
I am still sad that I have not found a single gold mine yet in Guyana. There's supposed to be a decent amount there too.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
kind of the thing. Like, yeah, sure, I can mod it to change that. I could write my own mod to change that. But it wouldn't change the fact that the game has this problem.
Yeah. That's like still a thing. Like, what's the base game? What does the base game maybe need? Minecraft with a
but
gun.
just-
Target audience Americans. I mean, not only, but yeah, I guess. I mean, it's like the thing just about Minecraft is, again, they kind of keep it in this very simple state because, again, yeah, a lot of people mod it. I mean, that's kind of the reason why, for example, let me just be real here. If people are wondering why, now, Bethesda is getting so much, Starfield is actually kind of flopping. Well, people really just fucking defended all of that with rose-tinted glasses to like, oh, the modders will fix it. And for a lot of older games, they not really fixed it, they just added stuff.
And also for the older games, in a lot of cases, it's not that things weren't as broken as like bad as they are now.
Yeah, like Starfield just has accumulated a lot of problems they have like in a long time. Let's just say, for example, it's basically Fallout 4, but with more loading times and less to do. And for the things you need to do, you need to go through free loading times. I wonder
Basically, you
why-
just need a solid foundation to even get modding to work.
Yeah, and most
basically.
modders just don't do a lot of stuff because the tech is very not good. You can't do a lot of stuff. Literally, you can't do a lot of stuff. And also you have like... and you have just stuff like... modding, the biggest modding community is just jumping off because they say the game is simply boring.
And or too broken. That was also.
And like all these problems Starfield currently has is just exacerbated because we've kept talking about them for decades. Like the tech problem, yeah, that is to a degree the engine they should have just reworked more over time. No question there. But also you need to have in mind that, it's not only the tech. Like, the engine was, pretty good in the sense that you could mod a lot of stuff in them. The problem was, it was just not a good engine to get a lot of stuff working. Like, for example, cars. You remember how many vehicles there are in other games? And for, to get a working train in a DLC in Fallout 3, they fucking slapped, a metro car onto the head of an NPC that then walked across a set path. Yes, it worked, but at that point they should have realized we drastically need to overhaul the tech basis at some point. Yes, it would probably make it inaccessible to all the modding stuff. Yes, our modders would probably need to relearn stuff, but at some point they should have done that. But because, the idea was people can mod it and it just kept going. They just kept doing all of that.
Yeah, that's kind of the only negative for mods, in my opinion. Is like if a game is majority, from the majority played only modded, you kinda can't really have good discourse about the game, because oftentimes it turns out like 2 hours in a discussion, oh yeah, I never played the base game.
That is
which
yeah.
understandable with some games, but then you can't talk about the game anymore. Like if you don't play it. Because, and that happens quite often, that in my experience, I've had over the years so many discussions with people where like, no, that's no problem, no, that's no problem. And then when you get them to list all the mods they don't even know they have in their game. It's like,
yeah, they
they
just
They
assume
download
you
a
know
mod
that.
pack and there's 1,000 different mods on
This
it.
is part of why I don't play games modded, like
Yeah.
in general.
It's not that I'm not, it's not that I'm against, certain mods. I definitely think there are, for example, some games where you should just have some mods, maybe. But like, for me, it's always
you
like-
should know what you modified your games.
Yeah,
Like-
like especially on PC, you have so many people who just are like, "Oh, this game, I love it," and then they just, again turn around and actually, I've installed over 100 mods and never played it differently, and you're like, "Oh, so why are we talking here? We are not talking about the same game."
Yeah, I remember we get a discussion about
Borderlands.
Borderlands 2 with someone who's like, yeah, just use an assault rifle.
It just
Like
uses-
2 hours later, yeah, we used a mod that makes assault rifles viable for every character. It's like, okay.
You're like, just use this assault rifle, and that doesn't work stat-wise. Oh yeah, I forgot to tell you. I just installed this mod that vastly buffed all weapons. That is not how the game was. What the fuck? Like, here's the thing. If you like a game and you play it modded, fine. But like, maybe disclose that you're playing shit modded
And-
when you talk about the general game design. Like, it's someone could chime in and be like, "Oh, you know what? Commented Minecraft is not a problem. I just shoot the enemies." Like, with what? My pistol. Okay, so we're literally not talking about the same thing here, are we?
Yeah, that
It's
happens
like-
sometimes, sadly.
Oh yes, no migration controls give me that influx of people. And I definitely need to get slavery work on.
You need slavery gone.
Yeah, I the problem is I cannot really get into any beef with the Oh, come on. Really? Fucking
Also, I'm still at war with Zulu since over 10 years, I think.
really?
I can't land.
Then build up and land then.
I do not have the money right now. So I just, since they want war reparations, I'm perpetually at war. That's fine. It's good for the economy.
Okay. It's good.
Whoa, good
That's
for
the most
economy.
American thing you ever said. Oh, well.
This case, I think I have to defend the Americans. I think every government says that.
I mean, yeah, also, the German one also said that.
See.
I mean, yeah, but also I find what I find very funny about Minecraft is that Minecraft, through various aspects, like for example having a shitty original dev, just ran in so much base problems they cannot fix now that it's big, because it would kind of overhaul the identity of the game to a degree. And they are literally stuck with stuff that games have actually not only tried to figure out for decades, but have actually solved to a degree. Like, for example, here's the thing. Since Minecraft, so for example, Minecraft is a thing. Is a game with infinite resources.
Most.
Yeah. How do you have some form of progression in that? And also, this is kind of important. How do you make that progression fun? How do you balance combat? Well, the original system was basically just Quake. Like, I know this is weird to say, but like, yeah, it was basically the health armor system from Doom/Quake. It was just that. And you could rapidly swing your sword, and it had breakable stuff because... So, you just don't... You're not only building one pickaxe, you have some kind of resource drain. And that makes sense, because that's actually the interesting thing. Because, basically, the whole... Your weapons break is, depending on what kind of game you have, necessary. Like, for example, certain kinds of, for example, MMOs. You couldn't have an online MMO economy if people don't have a constant demand for stuff. For that, it has to break. See, for example, Dark Age of Camelot. Is that now really good? Not really, but they did need that, else there was no economy. Similar, if you look at older dungeon crawlers, like for example Ultima Underworld and such, you, or even I want to put on to Dead Island, you do want stuff to break because the idea of, attrition in a dungeon makes a lot more sense that, you can't go deep in a dungeon because your stuff just not only does make that much damage, but also, for example, it, you also just need to spend resources on getting it back up, back topped up, and then go back into the dungeon. That just makes sense. And Minecraft kind of sits into this idea that, into this part where your stuff has to degrade to a degree. The problem is, how do you make that degrading suck less? So, in earlier versions, there was this thing that, well, as simple as that, you just had a shit ton of diamonds anyway in the end.
No, you didn't.
But you had, at least you had a lot of iron.
Iron, yes.
So you just made yourself iron armor, and that was that. It wasn't really a big problem.
Yeah, iron armor was as good as diamond, just with less durability.
Yeah. Now it's like diamond armor is actually better. So ironically, they put in the thing that a lot of games went for later. Like, for example, yes, this is your obvious thing. Like Dark Souls, you just find better stuff later that gives you better defenses. But now we need to come.
Then we had the anvil, which made EXP usable. So
Yeah,
you could repair stuff, but with an exponential XP cost. So after a few repairs of the same item, it is unusable, unrepairable, basically.
Which is also shit, because then they also introduced
Enchanting.
And here's the big problem they had. Enchanting is random. Now, people want to enchant their stuff. And now you literally stand in front of the big problem. Before that, ironically, everything was fodder. You could just literally build an iron armor, use it, and then just plug in another one because you have just enough iron. No problem. Now you want diamond armor, and there are more diamonds, but still, it's gonna be a bigger problem. On the other hand, you want enchantments, and they're random, and you can't keep them. So now losing something sucks. And again, we're circling back to the whole thing with...
Villages were already introduced, so now you have a reason for iron farms to use less durability in the long run. Or only for the stuff you want to use durability.
Yeah.
yeah, stuff that enchanted also easily gets more expensive to repair as well.
Yeah.
And with the enchantment system, we got mending. So everyone was trying to get mending.
But like, yeah, I mean, the big problem is just simply that mending is like, yeah, they now make mending more rare, which is like,
More and more rare.
so it started sucking to, you know, that you lost shit. And then they made the thing to not suck, make it not suck, harder to get.
Which
Like,
was
oh yeah,
only-
please, you see the problem.
Which was only used in the first place because the original repair system is shit.
Yeah. I mean, that's probably one of the big things they need to rework in some form, if you ask me.
Because if it was more of a dungeon crawl or something, I could understand. Like, oh yeah, you do not want your players to infinitely repair the same thing.
But you
and
would
actually-
find more stuff.
No. Stop. If it was a dungeon crawler, you would actually want people to be able to lose their stuff.
Yeah.
But here, not so much. Because people just want the best stuff to get resources fast to build the stuff they want to build.
Yeah. It's just ironic that they're currently running into the same problems a lot of games before them had. And honestly, I don't know the solution. I wished I would say, but like, I can point to what the biggest problem is, and then, it would probably suck less if you could actually keep stuff topped up and repaired, and it's not like, oh, just, repair on...
I mean, you could literally do that. It would be a problem if you think that mining and acquiring more resources is the goal of the game.
Yeah.
You know that's not what it should be, I think. Because in a sandbox game, the player should just do what they do. If someone wants to walk around in leather armor and wooden tools and use nothing else for hours because they find that fun for some reason, then they should be able to do that.
Yeah.
They should not be forced to upgrade.
I mean, what I saw, what a bunch of, games did later was like adding, perpetually increasing skill trees, for example, to the formula.
True, but then you have the need of ever expanding skill trees.
Let me just be clear here. If I can see one thing getting updated in the future for Minecraft, then it's gonna be perks. And you're probably gonna be like,
Armor perks.
yeah, probably that you get stuff with perks and...
You know what's also interesting? That reminds me of a discussion on armor trims in Minecraft. Where people were like, maybe add some skills to armor trims. You know? Hello.
Yeah.
And then obviously the counter argument was, understandably, then there will be a best trim and everybody will use that, and then it's not really usable as a cosmetic.
Yeah.
Which is totally fair. Nowadays, there is roughly one armor trim everybody uses because it looks the best. Like, sure, some people will deviate, but the overall majority is of the opinion that the ancient city armor trim looks the best.
Yeah. But like, again, what I want
Thing I want to mention, for once in basically every single playthrough, the US actually naturally looks nice on its own.
Ooh. That's nice.
Yes, no Mexican Colorado sitting in there.
Yeah, or Mexican, how was it last game? Mexican Alaska?
You had that. You had that. Don't be sneaky here,
It was fun.
It was fun. I just want to have no migration controls. Revolution, just come on, let me just defeat you. Oh, and I can beat down the landlords.
Okay, so at random points, I've had Austria and the U.S. just like bankroll me for a little while.
Yeah, it seems to happen a lot.
Yeah.
Like some big
This
countries
night.
just like, I want to protect you. Not anymore. It's like,
Well, they held on to it for a decent amount of time, like long enough that I'm actually in a solid like position financially right now. That said, I do need to like build my military back up.
Minecraft Begun sounds like something a high schooler would do. Yep, that's 100% what we... Yeah, back then everyone was like, we should have guns in Minecraft. I mean, everyone also wanted to have guns in Skyrim.
until they found out that's not
Possible because...
not easily, at least.
I think this is probably the funniest thing I ever know about it, because, like... So, you can still open Skyrim and Fallout 4, and probably even Fallout 76, probably even Starfield with the Morrowind editor. So the Morrowind editor still recognizes those games as the same engine, even though they're like, it's the creation engine. But for some reason, the branch of the creation engine it was running on, okay? And Minecraft was running, like the first branch of the creation engine Skyrim was running on, is so bad programmed that you probably needed to actually rip open the source code for it, because even though there were 2 games on technically the same engine before that had guns and shooting and all of that stuff, you couldn't actually take that code and get it to work in Skyrim. You'd think they would be able to do that at some point. But no. The best we got is some weird hack job with the crossbow. It is amazing, if you ask me.
At least it led to the very fun rapid fire crossbow.
That is a bug, though.
Yeah, I know. But it is fun.
It is insanely fun. I'm totally agreeing with that. It is still so stupid.
It's kind of similar. Like with Minecraft, there are a lot of unintended things you can use for stuff, like trying to get one of the best arrow types you can get, and just pickpocket them into guards' pocket that make that go on shooting ranges, and they will have the arrow that they have in the inventory infinitely, so you can just...
Yep. So yeah, if you want to have more, that's like not even a glitch. That's just actually intended gameplay.
It's intended, but it's very fun.
Yeah.
It's like, if Bethesda now patched that out to because people get too many good arrows too fast. That would be similar. It's like, I understand your problem that people are progressing too fast, but maybe make the early game more enjoyable then?
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. There are sometimes just unintended things that are fun. Very simple.
Like, Ragnarok Online has kind of the opposite problem. The early game is way more fun than the late game.
Oh yeah, because they had exponential XP scale. Like, what the fuck was that? Oh. So like,
the last 20/19 level you get there, your drop level is already maxed out, so you do not get new skills. Boring. The only thing you get is stat points to allocate.
Mm-hmm.
But the higher stat you already have in a given parameter,
Mm-hmm.
the more stat points you need to increase. So even your progress in strength, for example, slows down.
Yeah.
Even though you get more status points to allocate the higher level you go, I believe.
Ironically, I think they made that. Didn't they make that progression a lot more flatter in Renewal? But Renewal had its own problems.
Yes, that was one of the good things, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, so basically, if you want to know, the XP you needed per level, it was just increasing exponential. So it just became a shit grind fest. So how is it going in Cuba, actually? We're talking so much about stuff. How's Cuba doing?
Decent.
You're a Catholic theocracy.
Yeah, my laws aren't too good, but my economy is been made into something. It exists now. I actually have more than 0 construction sectors.
That is something. How are
Yeah.
the Philippines doing?
Ruben?
Yeah.
How are the Philippines doing?
Okay-ish. It's going. I don't know. It's just it's mid. I don't know. It's going somewhere. It's not growing massively, but it's not dying completely. Yeah. I don't know. It's not much to say.
No, it's decent. Have you at least been able to make your companies?
Finally, one, but still need to grow a bit more.
Yeah, it takes time. Thank you, Austria. You're bankrolling me again. But yeah, it's been kind of rough over here. I mean, it still sucks that I'm losing almost 10k to the Spanish.
Oh damn! How long are those reparations?
Oh no, reparations are gone.
Oh, it's just
that my GDP has gone up. So.
Oh.
I'm
being a
transferring
puppet
like
goes- yeah.
15k as well. So the Spanish are milking us.
I am free,
Yes.
but I have no iron, and I'm trying to get the subsistence farms down, and it doesn't work because every time I might be able to reach it, I'm out of infrastructure again. And then
I can send you iron.
Yeah, I'm already importing iron.
Well, you're getting more iron.
Sure, if you don't
That
need
said,
it.
I can't give you I can't give you that much. Because I still need to afford my own iron.
If I would need anything right now, it's probably small arms. Someone has small arms?
Yes, I do have small arms.
How many would you be able to provide?
However much the market allows the trade to go.
Okay. Then I will... Can I... Let me guess, I cannot upgrade mobilized battalions?
You can. You just need to have them stationed in a HQ.
Ah, yeah, here. This will demobilize the units while upgrading them. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah. I was about to say don't do that, but then I remembered, wait, it doesn't matter because no one's going to invade you.
Yeah, they have no boats. And no parrots to fly over.
Really? Now you... Oh, God.
Ah, now they have a revolution over freedom of conscience. Okay.
I just wanted to punch... Oh, okay.
Because now I'm just upgrading to line infantry. And then I should be able, with the help of Cuba.
Yes.
I will-
And hopefully this should give me more shopkeepers, because I still haven't been able to get off of the... What's it called? Mercantilism. Yeah, sadly, in order to stabilize my country, I've had to go regressive politically.
Well, if theocracy isn't necessarily bad, you could also be a very progressive religion.
Yeah. Yes. We've decided to become what Catholicism should be.
Non-existent?
It's not that bad.
Well,
Really weird having wonderful freakish rituals praying to eldritch beings. I mean,
What?
that's basically what it is. Wait, why is it there?
hey, you want white peace? You could just give up. I could drag both of our GDPs down.
Oh, you're playing. So for some reason, my spiritualist just started the revolution on my main island, which is like they shouldn't do that.
Is it incorporated?
Yeah, this one is incorporated. Nothing else is incorporated.
So?
They started it still here. So that's why I had to cancel stuff. This is just currently an absolute shit show.
It's still critical.
Yeah, I
think it
know.
will stop.
I had to gut it because they were against it, and as I would have just. It's just gonna become a revolution. Great. Bali is just a load of problems right now.
I can help you later.
Yeah, thanks. I just need to get away from debt slavery.
Who doesn't want to get away from debt slavery?
I kinda wanted to do it a lot of times, but it's not working. And yeah, I technically should incorporate more stuff, but...
I'd argue that it might be an idea just to go to slave trade than legacy slavery, because debt slavery is the worst kind of slavery.
Yeah, I
in the
know.
game.
Mm-hmm.
The only advantage to it is that, if I recall correctly, the certain groups that would oppose the, like, it doesn't. The only advantages are that it doesn't boost the landowners, and that I think the landowners aren't as pissed if you go straight to slavery banned.
Oh yeah, true. It's just...
Yeah, the main problem is just that, like, the populace doesn't. The main problem is that it generates slaves from your incorporated population.
Yeah, and that's why I kind of want to ban it if I can.
Mm-hmm.
It's just, again, we have, like, I could have gotten some progress here with freedom of conscience, but again, then the game had a weird fucking bug. Yeah, this is just gonna escalate into civil war, and I beat them down.
Yeah, sometimes you have to. It's
I
unfortunate.
definitely have to.
I mean, I should have seen it coming, that I needed line infantry. My people used sticks, they used swords.
Oh,
I mean,
Yeah.
they were both irregular infantry, but they had swords. So,
oh! Now
There
you
you go.
have Zulu. They just need to beat Transvaal and Oranje.
First, since I'm pretty low on money right now, I will tribute Orania.
Fair.
Also, make sure that your armies actually replenish troops before you before you attack.
Yeah, they are. No problem.
At the very least, Transvaal and Orania will have a terrible time replenishing theirs because they have so few incorporated pops.
Mm-hmm.
I also realized, speaking of those two countries, I realized not long ago that you can form the UK as Orania or Transvaal.
Okay.
Yeah, if you kill Cape Colony, you can form Cape Colony, and by doing that, you get the English primary culture. And since you're English, if you destroy Great Britain, you can form Great Britain.
That's something.
Yeah. It's a very funny meme you could do.
Oh, Netherlands are colonizing Guinea.
So the morale of my enemy already starts like really low. But I think as a tributary gives me like 20% of the income. So
Yes.
Wait, the landlords now
sorry.
want census suffrage? Bali is just a weird shit show to stream.
wait, who does want engine? I have a railway somewhere. Hello?
Yes, based Madagascar.
Natural railway somewhere. Just found in your neighborhood.
The Railmund built it.
Oh, they're just building it.
Ah,
The autarky is just building it. That's why I'm so poor. Time to conquer Orania then. Ooh, they even have line infantry. Just not much. And their morale is broken. Probably because they don't have tobacco. Still wondering how that works. Like you get everyone tobacco addicted and then they happy if you give them tobacco and that keeps morale up?
It's less of the addiction, it's more of that people like. Well, yeah, it is the addiction, but because that's how tobacco works. But
Yeah.
they smoke it and they feel relaxed.
Yeah, but they would feel kind of the same relaxation if they didn't smoke to begin with.
Yeah, but they don't know that.
Fair point.
They're not supposed to know that for like another I want to say 40 years. No, 100. No, not 100 years. Yeah, actually, no. It's 1875. So.
When was the first cigarette, like the small ones, made? The automated ones?
I don't know.
We saw a video about that.
I think it was back in the 1890s. I want to say. It was no.
No.
Might have been around the early 1900s then. Because I know for a fact that they were widespread during like World War II.
Oh yeah, World War II.
I know that people,
Yeah.
because people use them as currency in prisons.
Yeah. Also,
Well,
they were
the
just.
WCAM.
I mean, they were distributed because
The first machine for rolling cigarettes was invented in 1843.
Yeah, but like cigarettes were like not used for a long time because they were seen as cheap.
They are cheap.
Yeah.
Yeah, but also like
They weren't. It was a poor status symbol.
Yeah.
yeah.
I'm just like, that's roughly when they became widespread because they were easily producible.
No, cigarettes really only spread in certain. No, they really didn't spread. Most people kept using, they used it as a last ditch effort when they didn't have anything else. Otherwise, they would still use pipes. Like cigarettes only really spread with World War II, mainly due to the cigarette industry making contracts with tobacco industry making contracts with the army. See, in World War One, most still used pipes, and a lot of people smoked. So, handing out tobacco was as rations was like done in, you have this and this gram of tobacco, which was also not that easy to store and stuff. While in, then the industry basically was like, we should get everyone hooked on cigarettes. So they, went to the army and were like, hey, you can just hand out packs of cigarettes and it makes it much easier to store, transport, etc.
Well, I mean, that's
Well, also with World War II, the U.S. handed out cigarettes to the GI troops in the and especially to like paratroopers and other like people that might end up behind enemy lines or captured, specifically so that they could use them as a trade value in
it was definitely a thing, but like basically the cigarette was spread due to the fact that World War II, the tobacco industry basically just was involved heavily with the army in an effort to replace smoking with pipes. So yeah, that is just how that, and this is how in post-war, in the post-war regions, for example Germany, they put in cigarette packs into the care packages because they were like, you can't have the Germans go back to smoking with pipes. Gonna have them smoke cigarettes, and it worked. I still know a bunch of old people that still use smoke pipes. My other grandpa, for example, he stopped just decades ago. So that's
One
that.
question I've got is why is smoking so much more common on the continent? Because I mean, even within the UK, you see a ton more people, I don't know, from abroad or who have moved to the UK who smoke versus people from people who were born in the UK who smoke. I mean, and when I go over to the continent, when I was in Norway, there was little ventilated smoking rooms you could smoke in inside the airport. Yeah. And it's just that's so weird coming from the UK.
I mean,
mainland Europe bends over backwards in order to accommodate smokers.
That's true.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, here's the thing.
That is one case where I'll say that the U.S. holds moral high ground over Europe and
we hold an even higher moral high ground over them.
I mean, let's just be real here.
Smoking rates have just plummeted in the last 20 years.
Let me put it like this, Zeb. Your fucking tobacco industry did make it this bad, but we were really smoking a lot of.
You guys perpetuated it. You could have stopped.
I think
I never smoked.
Yeah. Also, I mean, okay, I smoked I tried the cigar. I mean, yeah.
You tried a cigar. Terrible.
Yeah, they you know what? We were playing TTRPGs and someone bought cigars, so we were like, oh yeah, just hand around a cigar around the table because we are feeling fucking. Also, we kind of were like, oh yeah, we're playing for so long, and now, in the end, I wasn't impressed.
Yeah, it's really the only reason why it survived is because it had been like a status symbol of sorts. It's
Yeah.
really dumb.
Let me put it like this. I think the main problem we have here is that we do not have we didn't have like a lot of laws in Germany that were actually going against. Like we had a lot of, you know, educational campaigns in schools and stuff that literally declared everyone how bad smoking is. But like, for example, other than a lot of we were probably like the last nation in Germany to actually, you know, to actually print real labels with pictures onto, you know, tobacco boxes being like, this is what happens if you keep smoking. And even then, I heard people, you know, at a cashier and like the drugstore and stuff being like, I had to lie. And you're like, okay. Wow.
I mean, there's stupid people in every group you find.
Yeah, I know that's but like, I mean, I think the earliest thing I remember was in the early 2000s when they, you know, banned smoking inside of restaurants. I still remember how it was before that. I have a good memory. Like, restaurants sucked.
At least where people smoked, yes.
Yeah. It just sucked because, like, yeah.
I can walk around anywhere in DC, and the only smoke that I'll like come across is weed, and that's a separate problem.
Yeah.
But
it's not as big a problem, but yeah.
I spent my like 3 weeks in Europe, and well, about half. I think every day that I went out, I like nearly had someone blow smoke in my face.
Or just like
With certain exceptions.
Or
Yeah.
just like walk in your general vicinity, someone is smoking,
Yeah,
and you will smell it.
It's similar to like, oh hey, then they make concessions like, oh, you can smoke on this patch of, you know, the, you know, train stations. Like, no, ban it on all train station bus stops. And if you've here's the thing. I know
Smoking zones that aren't contained, like that aren't like enclosed areas. It's just lip service for the people who don't like smoking.
Yeah.
It's kind of funny with ours because, like, so in a lot of places, it's like you're not allowed to smoke within 10 meters of the building either. So you can't even just go outside. Like, you have to go away.
Yeah, see, that's the thing. In Germany, it's like you can't smoke inside the building, but then everyone just smokes outside.
Like, no, go further away. Stand in the rain and cold.
I mean, I want to. Here's the thing. When Zeb was here, we went to like an Italian restaurant here. And like it was June. It was like actually nice weather outside. I would have loved to sit outside. I mean, it was kind of full, but you know what? There was a group smoking. So obviously it was nice weather. We sat inside because outside people smoked. Don't smoke in restaurants means everywhere in the restaurant, for fuck's sake. And then people are like, yeah, but it's outside. It's not that. It's still bad. Like, come the fuck on, do we need to really talk about that? And yeah, it's cool to see that, you know, the Dutch have a big anti-smoking campaign. We should totally do one like that again, but, you know, on the other hand, we need to legalize weed first. That's gonna be a thing.
Well, that's more from a drugs perspective rather than like an anti-smoking perspective.
I mean, okay, also you need to keep in mind, legalizing weed will actually, you know, lowers the amount of tobacco smoking.
Yeah, because most people mix it with tobacco.
Yeah. So
you've
like,
got a mixture.
It's pretty. But yeah, but we have liberalized gambling commercials because the swamp is dismal. Yeah. I mean, here's the thing. This is just what I found so insane. Is like, we had like in my school.
Oh, Chivas losing against Britain. Not good.
Oh no. Like we had stuff that was like, you know, I know a lot of people from my class and other people in the school that were like, oh hey, here's like a big you know, you explain why smoking is bad, etc. And then a lot of them just started smoking anyway. Like,
yeah.
What the fuck? how the fuck did that happen? Why did you all just start smoking? Like, what happened?
I mean, drinking's a different thing over here because there's a lot of drinking, but I mean that's actually more just of a higher latitude thing, to be honest. I generally find
No.
Drinking is still bad, but like,
still bad, yeah.
yeah, it's like.
The
Let me
thing
put-
is with drinking is that we kind of have an organ that specializes in like taking care of like the alcohol that we put in our body.
Yeah.
It can be managed.
Depends on your genetics, but yes.
Yeah. Well, that's not true, but
Yeah.
I like people who process alcohol like extremely slowly,
Yeah.
and then there are
Yeah.
people that that have a mutation in specifically those genes that allow them for basically unlimited alcohol drinking.
Fucking Ozzy Osbourne. No, seriously, Ozzy Osbourne can't get drunk apparently.
No, he can't get a hangover.
Oh yeah, because like he just has better genes. And like,
Different tech.
or did it come from, you know, biting the bat's head off?
You mean epigenetics?
I mean, he didn't.
That's
do
just
that-
a fun story. and
Yeah,
it's-
I mean, he didn't do that willingly anyway, so you know. So yeah, by the way, yes, Ozzy Osbourne did bite a bat's head off. No, he didn't do that actually willingly. Like, apparently, some weirdo actually brought a bat to a concert and threw it on stage, and he was like, "Oh, that's probably some gummy thing or something." And he was like, "Oh fuck, something is wrong here." So like, yeah, he did that. No, he didn't do it willingly. Who the fuck does that?
I would hope that's not a live bat.
It was a live bat, apparently.
Oh no.
Yeah. He's
That,
still...
would- that, I want to joke about it and say, oh, he's a vampire now, but I feel sorry for the guy.
Yeah, and the bat, like...
especially the bat. Like, I mean, it's probably been damaged or injured, being thrown like that, because they have like really brittle, so like hollow bones like birds, don't they?
Yeah, but like, it still sucks, you know? It just really sucks.
Yeah.
Yeah, huzzah for the banning of slavery. I don't have slavery anymore. I now will get more...
I can't ban slavery because apparently all my landlords will get annoyed
Oh no. I will probably just
and revolt,
push some
and they're
stuff
pretty
through and
big
then
still.
I will actually start integrating shit for... You know...
I am enacting racial segregation.
Oh, I do as well. Which... Shouldn't be so happy about that.
It's better than national supremacy.
It is one hell of a better thing than nationals.
I've been on racial segregation for a little while now. The church was happy enough with what I was doing economically that they accepted the change.
That's nice.
I've
All my
tried
work
shooting
so
the
far this
landlords.
entire-
Oh, we did shoot them in the last revolt. They just had no... They sat on shit island and we shot them. This was very fun. Should do that again.
Bless you.
Gesundheit.
Thank you. Maybe I can finally get to interventionism.
And when I have enough, I will build construction. Oh, yes. Oh, yeah. Just want to state for the AIVD that this was a joke of the love Prince Luke. No, fucking shoot them. Get rid... Like, seriously. Never touch lights. Have you tried getting rid of your monarchs? They seem to be an awful bunch of people.
I mean, we haven't gotten rid of ours. They're still alive.
Oh, no. We have gotten rid of the whole monarchy thing, and we're not giving them any of their shit back because they suck.
Yeah, but
like,
they still get, like, way too good taxes.
Because
they're rich.
They're probably dodging taxes, that's more the case.
And that's probably as well, yeah.
Yeah. We should definitely tax them more, that's true.
I mean, from what I've heard from my Dutch friends, the monarchs aren't a problem.
I heard actually the different thing. Like, a lot of them don't like the monarchs. They kind of suck. Wasn't there something
it's
with
not
like...
a matter of them liking the monarchs, it's just that the monarchs are not a problem.
I mean...
Yeah, apparently we still can't get rid of Prince Andrew for some reason.
Just shoot them!
No.
The last king I...
No, just send him to America, that's the thing, because then he'll get arrested over there. Actually, I think the FBI want to talk to him.
Oh yeah, wasn't that the whole thing with Epstein?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh god.
Oh yeah, because they released the documents.
Yeah.
Did you see what was it? Hawking was in it.
Oh yeah. Have you even seen what he liked?
No.
I don't even know if it's a joke, but apparently Hawkins was into fucking how was it called? Undressed midgets solving mathematics equations.
That seems made up.
It seems made up,
But I also couldn't put it past humans.
Yes. I don't know if it's made up. I just saw that it was like, what? But then again, a lot of people joked about, Stephen Hawkins was on the list, which is like the accidental. What? Louis Napoleon was the accidental furry king? Okay.
We need some verification.
Yeah, I mean, on the other hand, what? On the other hand, I think the only quote-unquote monarch I would be probably all right with getting back is, the last king of Bavaria. He would drain our coffins, but we could definitely point him towards... You know what looks good? Big railways. You can fuck your gay lovers on the train. He would be like, ja mei, Pilze, Bautze, baut die Eisenbahn. I would be down with them. He would probably be not the worst. He probably would have it even, like, you know what? He would probably even be a lot nicer when he, just gets up back from the grave and it's like, wait a second. You're accepting now to homosexual people and like...
Only get sometimes murdered.
Yeah, I mean...
It's better than before.
I mean, I guess we can say, gay people are in the conservative party here, so like...
Yeah.
To a degree, they have arrived. Then again... I don't want to be that person, but like... Oh boy, we have some... There are some, let me put it like this. There are some gay men in Germany who are like absolute pieces of work. Like...
I mean, that's what you are if you with the conservatives.
Or you're Ali Utlu.
No.
I mean, he's a clown. Oh god, that guy is just...
Do not talk about this man.
I don't know if there's even equivalent to that guy anywhere. It's like... due to this accent he was on inauguration, he was understood by saying, Ik ben koningin van Holland, I am the rabbit of Holland. Ah! Okay. Ah! Yeah, very accidental, but Bunny Boy. You know? Is this something?
So I'm probably getting dedicated police force to make the landowners more happy, to get away from traditionalism. Because now I can do it. Yay.
Nice. So, should I maybe explain what the fuck I'm talking about with this guy?
No.
Is it that bad?
Yes.
Okay, I'm not doing it. But that's actually funny. I'm the rabbit of Holland. It's good to think.
No, you're the cat of Holland.
What?
Yeah.
No, I'm not.
You're
I'm
the-
not.
you're
I'm
the cat
neither.
of Hamburg.
I'm not Dutch. Hey, Beyond, how are you doing? They caught the pyro. Ah. I thought you posted about someone was putting fires in your region. Yeah, there was an arsonist apparently going around. And was it actually? Probably not as spectacular as most people expected. It's a child. They're going to try. Oh, that's. Oh God. I mean, yeah. You probably told me there was like a lot of property damage involved, but like. Yeah. It's like. So a child does arson, which is like shit. Yeah. Like, here's the thing. Arson is stupid. You shouldn't do it. But like, yeah, there's like, don't fucking. Yeah, they've taken a person with a problem and turned them into a lifetime criminal.
Well, that's a general problem with the system.
That is definitely a problem. Like, here's the thing. I generally think there are crimes where, you know, even as a child, you can be like, it's kind of ridiculous how, you know, there are parts of, you know, there are crimes where like it is kind of, you can debate how that there are maybe two legs and it's kind of ridiculous, but like, yeah, if you're like arson is like shit, but also like, yeah, you're it's not like why do kids do arson? They probably start with something and like, oh, this is fun, and then they keep doing it. Because children are, and I have to say that, stupid. They're just sometimes stupid. And arson is a really, really big stupid thing to do. And we should fucking make... At best, yeah. Oh, this is actually really upsetting. This is insanely stupid. Like, holy shit.
Again, they all need, like...
Yeah.
Every kid deserves a second chance. The
Yeah.
problem is whether this kid has gotten a second chance or not.
Yeah, and like
if this kid had been told already, like if someone found out and had told this kid to stop and he didn't stop, like they explained what could go wrong, like if they had told him that they could get arrested and that they could get in big trouble, then potentially yes, some of these things. Sometimes you do need to kind of bite the moral bullet and say, no, there needs to be punishments and punishments need to be dealt out.
Sure.
There are consequences to actions.
Yeah.
There should be
Yeah,
consequences
exactly.
to actions, but then again, is lifelong unable to find work? What would they
Well,
learn
that's
from
consequences.
But I would say that issue is less of a sentencing issue and like less of a crime, like a criminal punishment issue, and more of an employer's issue, where
that? They're part of the same system, kind of.
yeah, I mean,
there's a whole cultural issue where it's basically like you go to jail once and you're forever, like, and like you are forever discriminated against as that. But there's a lot of evidence and proof that people who have left jail are able to get a job and have a stable life are great contributors to both society and the economy. The problem is just that people don't want to hire them, and to an extent, there is a rightful, like, oh, let's take a second look at this person, but it shouldn't be like a never employ them. It really sucks.
Would also be interesting to compare them to people who would have gotten the same sentencing but only got like psychological help and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
If there would be a difference between them in contributing.
Yeah.
Like from the ones who got a job and a stable life, of those two groups.
Yeah. I mean, that's one thing. I'm generally saying, when we sit down and say, if you believe in rehabilitation, that has to apply to nearly everything. Sometimes you definitely need to, remove certain people from society, for example, but also then prison isn't the answer.
Yeah.
It isn't. It's just, no. Like, yes, some people, that is just like, prison as it's now, especially in USA, is just, your life is ruined, most likely. And to put that on a child, I don't know much about the child, but like, again, people who do arson are usually just, and especially when they're children or teenagers, probably have, like, not a great family thing. They're probably coming from a disrupted family background. They maybe even be abused to a degree. Because here's the thing.
Yeah, that would be worst case.
Arsonism, same as, public property destruction, is usually an impulse reaction to trying to get back the feeling of control over your life. You destroy something and you don't get caught. That makes you feel good. Because suddenly you're like, I have some power over things. That is usually, a thing. This might not be the case here, I don't know, but this is usually why people do that. If you understand that, yeah, obviously you shouldn't fucking put them in prison. Like, the problem is obviously not... Oh, yeah, it's really upsetting. It really is upsetting. God damn it. I hope... You know what, I wish there was like a silver lining of people, protesting against trialing the kid as an adult. Like, that should be like a thing, but I doubt that, sadly.
Why would you even try a kid like an adult?
Okay, here's the thing.
It's because legal punishments are different, and also the ways in which you can apply. There's also some I don't know about the exact laws in this situation, but here there's limits into like what you can present as far as like conviction rate, where there are some cases where if you try someone as a child, you would not be able to convict them of the crime in comparison to if you tried them as an adult.
So,
Because essentially the whole child-adult dichotomy is basically, what state of mind are you in? If you're a child, you are very much unlikely to always know the consequences of your action. Because even a teenager, like, you're hopped up on hormones and like puberty and stuff. Are you really going to think stuff through compared to an adult? Fully grown adult, basically.
Yeah.
And that's at least the thinking.
yeah, that's why I'm wondering, like, if this is still a child or a teenager, why would you try them like an adult?
Because typically it's if in special cases where you're unlikely to get the appropriate or considered appropriate punishment for someone.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
who decides
I mean-
that? I mean, if it's a child, it's a child. Man, it's like...
Sometimes
oh,
it depends on the heinousness of the act, basically.
Yeah.
True.
And, like,
I
for
mean-
example, we've had children in the U.S. who have become essentially mass murderers, and we do try to have them tried as adults, doesn't always happen. But there's rigorous like decision making that goes into that change in how you try them.
Yeah.
Like
I mean-
the judge has to sign off on it, and someone who has a specialty in psychology in child psychology needs to sign off on this, saying like, yeah, this kid willfully conducted these acts
Yeah. For
and
example.
is of the right type of mindset that they would know, like they would
Yeah.
understand.
Like that's probably one of those things with serial offenders. But then we
Yeah.
still need to have the discussion about how
Like a mass murderer would probably need to be removed from society. That's pretty
Yeah.
clear, because if you let them run around, they will murder more people.
Exactly.
Most likely.
Exactly. And also you
Don't
can't,
you think sometimes the punishments for people like that, they never really seem to match the crime? Personally,
I mean, punishments generally don't matter, in my opinion.
that's the thing. I mean, punishment is like literally one of those things where I'm like, first of all, we need to, if we want to talk about our justice system, then we probably need to consider that most crimes, quote unquote, happen mainly due to the fact that people have unmet, for example, material needs. That's like shoplifting and
but
stuff.
we were right now with mass murder,
Okay,
for example.
mass-
so
murder.
do you remember was it in New Zealand, the shooting at a mosque, basically, by an Australian guy?
That's gonna
Yeah.
be hard.
It's basically also mass murder.
Yeah. I mean, here's the thing.
That's murder, terrorism. Yeah.
I think one of
But,
the
yeah.
Can I say one thing? I think
Sure,
one of
go
the
ahead.
I think one of the better showings is, for example, Norway. They basically start, removing, most of the Nordic countries removing their old prisons and making, the newer prisons more like very spatial, living compartments where people, also can get, education, for example, computer knowledge, and they try to help you actually get jobs back and stuff, because yeah, there are people, for example, that,
I've gone too far. They're
yeah,
too far gone,
I mean,
sort of.
there are a lot of documentaries where they, follow people who did murder, but are probably going back into society and have a job later, because, again, that is again one of those things. Most people,
If we
even
go with-
murderers,
If we go with effect stuff, sure.
Mm.
But if we like people who planned and acted out stuff, like they do
Yeah.
really bad stuff, okay?
you know what?
Then you probably need them to remove them until it is very, very clear that something like that
Yeah.
won't happen again.
then
And
the-
that's
even
sort
then-
of where I don't think the punishment goes far enough, because
You
Like,
aren't.
I
you
mean,
aren't
it's not gonna. Here's the thing. Let me put it like
life
this.
in prison isn't really much of a deterrence, or it's,
can't
it's
deter.
not
Yeah,
going to
that's the
stop
thing.
them.
That's
I
the
know
thing.
you can't deter it, but
No. Can I say
I
one
don't
thing?
know. I
I think what
okay, go
you're
ahead.
using is especially the wrong language here, because the thing is, punishment does nothing. Let me put it like this: punishment is literally something that
you
has
could
proven
lit-
to be.
Yeah, you could literally go to a mass murderer or someone who will be
Oh,
out of sync.
okay.
And basically, let's say the
Yeah,
the
can
punishment is we amputate an arm and a leg.
you? Yeah.
Okay, for example, would be pretty cruel. That won't stop them.
Especially if it's especially considering how a lot of that stuff might even just keep. Again, if you go into prison, you will usually do crime afterwards anyway, because you will not have a good chance at anything later.
Yeah, we're talking about
Yeah.
mostly mass murders.
You
They
coming
do not.
back?
They do not come out of prison.
Yeah.
So off topic again.
Yeah, so the thing is just, if we talk about, for example, mass murderers or serial rapists, let's just do something, because mass murderers are very, very rare nowadays.
Doesn't matter.
But, like, still, I think
Well, part of that is because when you do your first murder, there's generally a good chance you'll get caught eventually,
yeah.
True.
especially if you
And-
do more than one.
And again, most murders are not, planned things. Also, there's not
yeah.
as much lead around as it was back in the 70s. Still.
Yeah, that's also a good thing.
Yeah, that's
Now
a
we've just got
different thing.
microplastics.
Yeah, but microplastics don't make you go insane. Yay.
As far as we know yet.
As far as we... Yeah, we have to
Yeah.
we have to stand off between,
But like even with a person who wants to kill other people for fun,
Yeah.
there is no punishment. It wouldn't help anyone. It wouldn't help them. It wouldn't help us. It wouldn't help
Yeah. Like,
victims.
it's
no
like
one.
it's like why, for example, would you like people are like, oh, we need to kill them.
Okay.
Well,
Okay,
no, I
but
don't
like
think that.
no,
I
no, no, no,
think-
no. Just we're just going through the things, and then people, a lot of victims are like they didn't feel actually anything about the fact that, they're dead. There was no closure because, killing someone eye for an eye isn't really a thing that
Doesn't
helps
help.
victims. And also, there's still the high probability of you're, sentencing someone to death that is actually innocent and they still get killed, which happens way too many times still.
Yeah.
So killing is a
You
dumb
can
idea.
pretty much glance over that. I think no one here holds that
Yeah.
view.
And like, let me put it like this. I think one of the best examples we can point towards is that, remember, how was he called again? The neo-Nazi that shot a lot of children in Sweden?
I thought you talk about the Norway guy.
Was he in Norway? I think it was in Sweden.
But there was
Either
some
one.
guy.
Be Norwegian and shoot people in Sweden. It's possible.
Could be, yeah, but I think it happened in Sweden. So
So,
basically, he's now in a Swedish prison. Most of them are pretty well off, and yeah,
and
it like now he's removed from society, which again, you will probably not reform a neo-Nazi that has already killed people in the name of
very unlikely.
fascism.
Very unlikely. Yes.
But also, like, the best thing you can do in that situation is remove them from society. Like, don't treat them like shit, because at some point that's just bad. Again,
But
I-
hold on. Here's the thing, though. How do you remove them from society?
I mean, yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing. I think there's a difference between a prison. Okay, here's the thing. We can now talk about names, and we can do name laundering thing. But like, I think we need. When I say prison, I mean the concept of the current prison in the USA or in a lot of other countries where you just are locked up in a cell, versus, you have your room, you're in a facility, you're watched, and it's much less of shit life and more. You just live there, but no contact to the outside, because the guy should not write on Reddit. Let me put it like that.
Here's the problem, though. Here's the problem with that, though, is that essentially by doing that, you're telling the people who are paying taxes that they have to subsidize that person's life.
Yeah, but like It's-
every dependent person.
let me put it like this.
Like if you put them in prison and let them work, you also substituting
Yeah,
their life.
I mean that's one thing where I'm
if
like,
you put them on a
But
kill
the
list,
thing is when they're being put to work in prison, they are separate from society, but they are still producing despite being subsidized.
oh wait, here's the thing. Here's one thing, okay? So first of all, most prison labor nowadays is slave labor. So, especially in the USA, it's basically slave labor, legal slave labor.
It
Because
depends on what the state's laws are, but yeah.
yeah, the thing is, and this is what I kind of want to point out to is, the thing is, even if we talk about serial rapists, neo-Nazi murderers, etc., etc., those will not make up the bulk of, the bulk of people, and also, and this is kind of important, they will be such an insanely small number compared to the whole rest, that the whole idea of stripping away the main system just for those exclusionary people who I mean, how many would you think are in the USA? Like really, really bad offenders that actually did stuff.
Heinous offenders? generally you just have to look at for the most part, just look at the amount of people in our federal prison system, because that's where we send the actually bad people. Like that's where we send the really bad people is our federal prisons.
And even then, you
it's
could
state
probably
prisons that are the main issue. Those are
yeah.
the ones that contain the people who were just in prison because they got unlucky or because they're really bad with their situation
But
financially.
basically,
I'm back, by the way.
oh yeah, nice. Again, we can just start. Woo. Basically, what I want to say is, though, even in the federal prisons, you can still probably sort between people who, okay, you're already out of sync again.
Yep.
So we probably should just
Might need to rehost the game.
Yeah, I will rehost the game.
It's one already, but okay.
And we still need to do some shit. So.
Yeah.
But basically, even then, you can say there are probably a lot of people that still can be rehabilitated. The amount of, really bad offenders in federal prisons is probably going to be quite low. And for the USA, you could probably have like 1 or 2 facilities holding them. That is nothing. That is like, that is just nothing.
If we go just with the notion of people don't like to substitute people who did some really bad stuff.
Yeah.
We kind of would then go into philosophy, like reducing human harm. Like if that's the philosophy.
Yeah, I think the problem is with when we talk about prisons, the prison system, and how to deal with really bad offenders, it definitely comes down to a big part about philosophy and ideology. Like, for example, I will not disagree that there are probably really bad offenders out there that you probably need to lock away, probably for a lifetime. I will not argue against that. That is just something, if I would argue anything else, that's just a fact. The thing is just, I do not think the current prison/punishment system is in any way helpful, and so, like, let me put it like this. If you can reform most people that are now in prison and punishment isn't helping, we should build a prison system for that. And if you then have some people that can't be reformed, well, then it's just kind of whatever anyway. Like, if punishment will not work on these people also. That's the thing.
I disagree with that, because there are plenty of people who end up getting in prison because they do something that they know they shouldn't be doing when they're in their, say, 20s or something like that.
Yeah.
And then they get out of jail like 4 years later, and they're like, "Oh my god!"
You can join, by the way.
All this time has passed, and what have I been doing? I've been in prison because I did something that I shouldn't be doing. And so they realize they grow. People can grow and change.
But like those people
could have done way better if they weren't in prison.
Yeah, like that's one thing.
You say that, but they may not have learned that lesson.
Because there is no data for your viewpoint.
Yeah, if we actually look at it's not the fact that people...
It's because we don't let criminals run free all the time. It's because we put people in jail. It's
but
like
also,
the only way that we would get
say one
data
thing?
for that is if we don't put people in jail at all.
The thing is, when people change, it's usually not due to the fact they are in prison. I mean, okay, the separation is a thing, but also like you still observe the same behavior, in Norwegian and Swedish prisons who are much more lenient. Even German prisons who are, way more lenient. The thing is, being cut off from certain parts of life definitely will make, in general, that will make people reconsider. And generally, the surroundings where they are make them reconsider. And a lot of people who, you described they change, would have probably changed with rehabilitation also. Again.
Yeah, so
punishment is just one thing where it's like, it just shuts you off from the ability to get jobs later, but also it's like it's not even remotely as efficient as rehabilitation. And at that point,
here's the thing though, you're separating the two. They happen at the same time in the U.S. It's not in all
No,
places. But
not
it
yeah.
happens.
I'm not saying that
And
there are not.
there's change that is making that that is putting rehabilitation inside of our prison process.
I mean, there are enough people that when they go into the American prison system, rather stay in the prison system because they can't orient themselves in the normal world anymore. Because it's not
and
rehabilitation most of the time.
That is so that's a holdover from the old ways that we used to be doing things, and because you really only see that for people that have been in prison for like 10, 20 years or something like that, and the entire and then you have the whole thing where so much has changed in the last 10 and 20 years.
There are also some people who just been there for a few years and can't adapt to society anymore.
Yeah. That's the thing.
Part of that is because it's not because of the prison system. It's because they have been separated from society in a time where there's rapid change.
It's rapid change. They are cut off from monetary. How they gain monetary stuff. They usually don't have a home anymore. They don't get employment again because people. It's like they were in prison. There's no way where they, the prison maybe helps them get into a job before they leave and stuff. That's stuff about, rehabilitation that I mean. There's a lot more robust system into getting people back into society aside from, they realized they did something bad, because again, there are statistics that show that most people who do murder will regret it later. The majority of people do that. Even if it was planned and all that, they will later be like, oh fuck, what have I done actually here? Because
one thing we have, and I agree with you on this, one thing that we have actually seen is that for some people, them getting into prison has separated them it separates them from the what's the word for it? I don't want to say gang, but it's essentially a gang.
It can be a gang,
Or the people that they ran with. It separates them from that, and they realize, and so they get the opportunity to kind of reflect on it more.
Oh yeah,
instead of being in a situation of like, oh no, I'm stuck in this. I have to forever be this way.
I mean, that's the thing where I want to point out. By the way,
maybe I can get a change when I get a release.
That's by the way why most rehabilitation systems nowadays still include separation. So people can be in a more controlled, safe environment where they can actually rehabilitate. That is the main idea. This is not like people can keep going free. It's actually still kind of the opposite.
If you go with the box standard prison, that's the last social circle they had. That's where they will go back to.
Yeah, but it has more more of an idea of. And by the way, they also work in there. They do have jobs. But one of the main things that is they still want to give people education. They want to give people the opportunity to actually also, this is kind of important, earn money from the job that they can save up, have some commodities in there. Because if you just have people, have in a cramped prison cell and they don't really have much money, it sucks. You will not get people, back into life with that. And I think this is the part where we might probably just talk beside each other, because again, separating people is from society to actually be able to rehabilitate them is just a necessary thing to do. That is just something where I wouldn't disagree with at all. The problem is just the system inside then nowadays, especially mostly around the world, is still being oh, you get deprived of everything and then good luck getting back up there, which is something that still goes back to a lot of Christian ideals. Are you all back in, by the way, in the game?
I'm back in.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
One thing I want to say really quick, I do think that there's probably a slight misunderstanding between what we're the stances that we are taking here, and specifically the definitions of things and the differences between punishment and rehabilitation, because a lot of those two things are very ambiguous here in the U.S.
You're out again. Just room, so you can maybe
Yep.
rejoin and see if that works.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Yeah, this is why
I restarted the game, so it should be.
that's why
Chicken bean,
I said
okay.
the way
Yeah.
about, it's about, the whole concept of prison and punishment. Like, a lot of them are still like, oh, hey, those criminals live off our pockets, which is, something a lot of, conservatives like to point out and be like, oh, we're tough on crime and all that, which is like, that's not.
No, there is also
that's
there's
not the
also
solution.
a lot of issues regarding that. Like, I've looked at data recently because this is a problem in DC, where, because there's data released about how our police force have had the same funding, that they've had for like the last 10 years, but because of a law that made it that a lot of anti-police people have pushed from our council. Because of that law, it's made it harder for police officers to do their job, and thus there's been a 40% decrease in performance. And when I say performance, I don't mean like like arrest rates or anything like that. I mean like just them doing stuff.
That's pretty much the same
I
thing.
mean, it can be the same thing.
Well, no,
you mean,
I don't even mean, when I say doing stuff, I don't mean like arresting people. I mean like even just active patrols.
Active
like,
that's
patrols.
also just usually not really useful. So like,
Yeah.
And
I mean,
there's also the issue of the fact that our police union has advocated for our officers to not patrol on foot and to stay in their patrol cars, which is bad.
that's
Because
actually
that-
really stupid. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's
Trust me, I want to say this. Our police union is not good. Our police union is bad.
I mean,
Like-
it's the police unit. I mean, let me put it like this: the ultimate enemy of Brooklyn Nine-Nine was the fucking police union, and this season, and it was the final season, and everyone quit over it. So like, I think that says everything.
But
But,
yeah,
yeah.
anyways, it's just like what our police officers need is to have more positive interactions with the community, to have a solid plan that they can physically act
Okay, I'm in.
Okay, then let's do
and
this.
to have more and to have like better pay so that these officers can live decent lives and have less like baggage and emotional and social baggage and troubles that they might end up taking with them on the job, thus impacting how they treat people on.
Decent
like,
lives,
on work.
I totally agree. Decent pay, sure. Everyone should have that.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I mean, it's
Then we have the problem that lots of police trainings basically prevent pretty much the whole positive interaction with the community.
yeah, that's like,
it-
there's a lot of shit
It's
on that.
there's a little bit of a catch-22 in there where you have to prepare the officers for violent interactions, but you often end up in a situation where you end up teaching them that basically every interaction is possibly life-threatening or violent.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there's a lot of
But that's
really
with
bad shit out
intention,
there.
sadly.
Yeah, some really teach
Yeah.
that with intention, and that's.
You would probably be well better off with some not completely traumatized military people.
I mean, the thing is,
Ironically, yeah.
basically every single police officer I've met from my region have been wonderful stand-up people, and it's been a genuinely good interaction. And I will say that half of them are bicycle officers, but it just kind of sucks how some officers are treated, and how not only by just people in general, but also by their employer.
I mean,
Sucks
sure.
to be in that place, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
that's sadly the problem if you're in a system that's generally just not good.
Yeah, I mean that's here's something we can probably talk about. It's like if we're really going for if we're really talking about how certain stuff is how's it called? I mean, this is always to talk about public needs. Like, for example, in a general, how police officers are trained or employed in like most of the USA is shit. You will definitely have certain areas where the problem might be reversed, and I can probably believe that probably Washington D.C. has a bigger problem because.
Yeah, we have a really big problem, and I'll explain a couple of the reasons.
I mean, can I say?
Yeah, go on. Say.
I think it's also probably because of the fact that you cannot really make your own laws. So a lot of your shit is old, be like in like a limbo.
Yeah,
which isn't
we
good.
can make our own local laws in certain place, like in certain. We can. There are some laws that we can't make. That we don't have permission to decide on, but also every law that we have permission to decide on also needs to be okayed by Congress.
Yeah, that's
generally they say yes because we don't propose stuff that we think will go through. We only propose stuff that we think will go through.
But still, it's also not
that's
like
a problem in and of itself.
Yeah, that I mean, this is probably one of those reasons where I'm always saying, what people need to learn, and I really think this is probably one of the biggest problems, especially in leftist circles, is that even though they like pointing that out when they want to confirm their own biases, is that reality is just usually more complex. Again, when we, for example, talk about the prison system, okay, I think to a degree, how to tackle it comes down to ideology. Again, I'm someone who definitely believes in rehabilitation, and I think at that point, and there's like, just, you need to go through with that.
Yeah.
Which is like why I'm saying people should be treated well, people should have, income still, and, prison shouldn't cut them off. Even though I know there might be cases where, people might just not be able to be rehabilitated for various reasons.
I recall that there are I'm pretty sure there are prisons in the U.S. where, like, the prisoners get wages from the work that they do, and those wages only become accessible once they are out of prison and actually have stuff to spend.
That's
the money
at least
on.
something, I'd say.
Yeah.
But yeah,
yeah.
In general, I would say that is just one ideological thing where I'm like, where I would say, this is, in my opinion, the way to go forward. And yeah, there is always, an easy catch, to say, oh, but what about this absolutely despicable person? And at that point, you sometimes just have to sit down and be like, we should still treat them well. Like, I know, I'm someone who really, like, I'm probably one of the first people to say, yeah, fuck Nazis, especially those who kill in the name of white supremacy. And still would say we shouldn't treat them as as animals or something, because like
Yeah.
at some point principles need to be followed, in my opinion. That's just one thing. But also then there are situations in real life where you just have to be like, hey, and this is like most things in real life, we can't just look at some old book that someone wrote, like maybe, like, no matter how long ago, and be like, this book is flawless and we need to follow that, because real life isn't that easy. It simply isn't as that. And this is why I will always point to what...
easy.
Oh,
yes, yeah. And this is probably the only text I will always point towards. And this is on book worship, because I'm sorry, Mao was right on that one, and he literally said, stop worshipping text. Go out, look at the situation, and actually assess how it is. Because it is never that easy. It's never that easy, and holy shit, especially nowadays due to social media, you have so many people go online, analyze maybe a thing absolutely, like, insanely surface level, and make a statement that is technically right, but if you actually thought about the whole, everything involved with it, the whole situation, it's just stupid. It's wrong. It's like, just, good lord, why are you doing this? I mean, the reason is cloud. We are talking social media. We're talking like, hey, I'm sitting here. I'm talking about politics. We're talking about this because a bunch of people like listening to that, and probably these people go out and be like, oh yeah, that person is fun to listen to because they really talk good about politics. This is still profiling, but like on one hand, you just need standards because a lot of people just go out and make hot takes that are like, oh, really grabbing and really nice and get you fired up, especially when take a really polarizing topic nowadays and you're like, maybe I just lie a little bit and then, just hope people don't check because that just, that gives me clicks.
So basically the long version for some people worship theory.
Some people worship theory and definitely use theory to, profile themselves on social media.
I don't think you're using that word correctly.
Prolificate themselves? Is that the word? English speakers, help me out. What is the word for,
You
opposing
mean
oneself?
identify?
No. As like going on a stage and, sculpting an image of oneself in the public eye. How's that
In
called?
fact, I would say that that's fabricating an identity.
I mean, yeah, basically.
Yeah, because you tried to Englify profilieren.
I mean, I'm very sure there's an English word for that, but
There probably is.
there probably is. God, that was a long discussion. Thank you, Beyond, for a long talk about prison systems and how to do something against them, or not. I don't know. Yeah, let's just go for parliamentary republic and then just get some shit out of here. Oh, preserve monarchy. Oh yeah, no. You will die, you little shits. End the monarchy. End the monarchy. And then I will integrate a lot of stuff. And I will finally have taxes.
Oh, I'm nearly going to get back to landed voting.
Ooh.
Yes. My country is stable enough to consider liberalizing now.
I like that instead of
Yes.
giving the Conservative Party momentum, you can just increase the paper mill throughput.
Nice. More paper, thanks to the dumb conservatives. End the monarchy. Yes, we will end the monarchy. No more monarchy. But like, yeah, there are just so many topics, like, and yeah, so, but I mean, hey, the worst part about social media is still that, it kind of proliferates this whole idea of people, needing to pose as knowledgeable, and then you have just a lot of people that think like, oh, I'm knowledgeable, but you know what? I don't even need to prove I'm right. As long as I have more followers or more influence, I can just bully people. Like,
Yeah, it really does suck that. And the worst part about that is the fact that a lot of people who do this have a tendency to just believe something without actually thinking about it.
yeah. Or, there's like a lot of, there's some stuff like, how just a lot of stuff can probably be astroturfed to a degree easily. Because, like, if you really want to destroy, like, the image of something, you just need to make a sock puppet account and start saying bullshit. You will find people believing you.
No, I have a
Like-
customs union.
Yay, you have a customs union.
The Quasi-Meter, my customs union.
Yay! That's, okay.
They were asking nicely.
Okay, good. I mean, yeah. There's sometimes just...
So, Oman was protected by the Ottoman and is now conquered by Great Britain.
Oh, yeah, they've been that way for a little while.
Well. I mean, yeah, there's sometimes just stuff on the internet where, like... It just...
Come on, the internet is full of bad takes.
And sometimes...
And there are two terrible truths about it. First, lots of them are fabricated to farm outrage and clicks. And second, the worst ones and most confusing ones are probably someone being honest.
Yeah, and then it's just still a shit take.
And sometimes the other thing is that sometimes those people who are being honest, but they're like grossly misinformed. Like a lot of those people who fell for the Chinese propaganda about Saddam Hussein, and who started saying, "Oh yeah, Saddam Hussein was a good guy." I'm like,
Was it
He wasn't.
Bin Laden's letter as well? That one?
Oh yeah, I mean that happens a lot. I mean, oh god, yeah. I can't sleep if somebody is wrong.
There's lots of valid criticisms of the US, but to then go,
here's the thing. It's similar to now how people are like, oh, Russia's the good guy because they're making this thing against the USA because of the current conflict, and it's like, here's the thing. No, they literally are still having an invasion going on. They're just literally doing this to proliferate themselves, to just, basically that people look away from the shit they're doing themselves. They just made some of the worst drone strikes into Ukraine during the whole war. Like, come on. Can you be this stupid, everyone? You don't need to pick a side. This is like, it's about human lives. You don't need to fucking pick a side and be like, but this nation is nicer to me now. No! Both can be shit. Both can be shit. Okay? You still need to sit down and think clearly. What is the situation? What is the best course of action? And you do not fucking need to sell your soul to one side.
Yeah. If you're against killing people, you're just against anyone who's killing people. That's easy.
Yeah.
Unless, like,
it's
obvious
not,
exception.
It's not, yeah.
Yeah. With obvious exceptions like self-defense and stuff like that.
Yeah. I mean, not. I will always keep.
Although I will say that in regards to self-defense, some of these fucking stand your ground laws, it's like stupid.
Oh yeah, that's like, not what we're talking about. It's more like
the problem is when people like go beyond reasonable self-defense.
Yeah.
Because there are people who will straight up murder someone they don't need to murder just because they got slapped in the face or something, or maybe they were actually legitimately threatened.
The way politics is treated like an often binary sports competition is one of the worst things. Yeah. I keep saying, especially if you're on the left.
Again, I don't know if this post was for real or not, but I think you saw a post where someone asked with some stand your ground law that if someone with this law in place would now enter their home, how many times could they stab them before it doesn't count as self-defense? We're like, okay, is this for real?
So the way that stand your ground laws often work is that each instance in which you strike someone is sometimes treated as a separate case of defending yourself. So it gets to the point of like, okay, was the first stab was that reasonable self-defense? Sure. Yeah. Was the second stab? Maybe. Was the 20th stab? Yeah, that's not necessary. So we're going to charge you for like the last, for like the 15 last stabs that you made.
That is not that wrong, I'd say. But like, yeah,
But still, like, then obviously questions come, like, how many times can I stab him before I get charged? It's like,
it's
The idea
brilliant.
of that law is to make it basically being like the answer to that question is as many times as it is necessary to make that person that you're stabbing no longer a threat to you.
Yeah.
And the problem is that some people
And then he ran into
have
my
different
nightstand.
opinions on what a fact is.
yeah. And what a threat is.
Yeah.
I mean, that's one of the problems with laws. Like how to interpret them. Like you can make some laws very airtight, but people will try to find a way around every law. Just
Yeah.
that will happen. But you still need some laws, else you can't structure any society.
Agree.
This is why, you should technically have people, a good vetting process and people who can, judge over laws. And see, technically, that should be the case. But, that's a whole other topic. Again, long ass topics we bring up here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's good that they're long topics because we
Yeah.
can discuss them.
True.
But then again, we should also bring up the whole, stand your ground self-defense shit is also just, literally a tool of paranoia by a certain industry that just wants to sell more of their products. Because, like, here's the thing. You know what? You know what the best thing is to do when you get robbed or anything? Run away. In fact, if you have a weapon or anything, the idea of defending yourself might even make it worse. In fact, it would probably make it for you even worse with anything.
So, we have extensive research and studies on this specific issue, and it's literally the best answer is that you have to look at it from a case by case perspective because there are times where surrender because depending on a lot of variables, if the person has a gun, you're more than likely not going to survive running away from a gun because the gun is likely to shoot.
But also,
that said, it's also possible that the person holding the gun might not be willing to shoot you.
Yeah, and that's one of those things because like most people have a gun, like most gun users. Let's just be real here. Okay, the irony is most gun users are usually because people don't want to kill you, they're trying to rob you, and it's just it's similar to a knife, just like hey, I have more power right now.
Yeah.
So yeah, most probably wouldn't really shoot, and also fun fact, when you run away, hitting you is kind of hard with a gun.
Depends.
It's not it's not again bulletproof. I know, but like still it's a lot harder.
It disincentivizes someone who is not willing to kill you. Like if they're trying to rob you or something, they don't care if you run away.
Yeah,
They don't.
Yeah.
but
They're the only reason why they haven't shot you yet, if they are willing to kill you, is because it makes it simpler for them if you just hand over things.
yeah, and then there's also the thing with again most people get shot while fighting back because then most people feel threatened.
Yep.
That is the majority. And then the other thing is, which a certain industry complex is fear-mongering about most, and again, it helps. You see a lot of people from the left and on the right who are like, kind of repeating the same stuff. Like, I needed to protect me from them. Them is just insert whatever fear was stoked inside of them. Which is like, here's something I just kind of want to point out. If someone wants to kill you, and they have a gun,
And they plan and are trained in using a gun?
they will just shoot you in the back.
Yeah.
Like, really, do you think having a weapon will help you? Again, yeah, you know what? If everyone had a sword, and you could probably, like, hear them running from behind, trying to stab you, that would probably work. So, here's the thing.
Like, generally, if someone... Let me put myself in a scenario. I want to kill someone now, hypothetically.
Yeah.
I would stake out their way to work And then one day, when it seems like they have a shitty workday, come a bit later, I just shoot them in the back. Because they take the same route every day, pretty much.
Yeah. That's the thing. The irony about...
If I'm trained in military weapon use, I could even technically find a good spot in the long run. And they wouldn't even see me.
Yeah. That's like...
Like, if the goal is just to murder someone, it's easy. If the goal is to get away with it, not easy.
Yeah. The irony about guns or, weapons in general is that the best way to use them is not to use them. Like, again, one of the best usages of guns, for example, if we want to look back in history, for example, in USA even and stuff, is, for example, the Black Panthers, who started, patrolling their own neighborhoods, and that, actually went into, bigger gun laws because, well, let me put it, like, a lot of cops and conservatives were like, oh, those, the blacks with the guns are now, out there and they're using the gun laws and stuff. And, like, yeah, the idea of someone being armed is usually way more deterrent than someone using a gun. But then again, that doesn't sell weapons. I mean, it's also
I will
not
say
like...
Black Panthers specifically they're a mixed bag for me. I don't like how they glorified violence.
But like it's just like it's just a good example of how it worked. It's just like that happened. This shouldn't be the discussion about because there's everything.
There's
about
a reason why they existed, and
they had
a very understandable reason.
And again, they used guns in that sense very, very efficiently. But also, I mean, let's just point out the whole fact that, the Second Amendment actually very clearly states that guns should be used in a well-organized militia.
Yep.
That's literally in the fucking thing.
The Second Amendment was specifically our Armed Forces Amendment. That is how we legally had a military during the Revolution and during the War of 1812.
Yep.
There is no other reason why we would have that law.
What happened? I glitched. Help. I'm back. Yay, I'm back.
Lobby. They're messing with with stream.
This is what I want always to point out. Individuals should technically not have guns in the USA. The Second Amendment is very clear about it being about militias. Well-organized militias. I mean...
Well, define a well-organized militia.
You know what? You could make a law for that.
Yeah, fair.
And the thing is, we actually do have organized militias.
Yeah.
That said, some of those organized militias are problems.
Yeah.
That said, I'm fine with them. I'm not completely against them existing because at least they are organized groups that are not conducting criminal activities.
Well, some of them.
So your avatar orange cat. I mean, there was a laser pointer down there. I couldn't resist. I'm an orange cat. You won. You all won. Do you know what the sad part is? The fact that you won so much actually made me think about how would good merch look, and I just had the most epic idea of it all.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so here's the thing. I kinda hate so here's the thing. I kinda hate a lot of clothing, for example, to begin with. So I would probably design stuff I generally like in myself.
I influenced you.
I know, but that was already there before.
Yeah.
So, for example, I wouldn't just, slap a channel logo on a t-shirt and be like, oh, that's that. No. That sucks. What I would probably be like is have a nice hoodie jacket, okay? And it's a uniform color, but then I would go and commission a tattoo artist to make an orange cat face, like a Yakuza tattoo, and put it on the back of the hoodie. So everyone who knows it knows. But it still would look good, mean, that would be like one idea I would do. I mean, sounds good, right?
Sounds good.
Mm-hmm.
The question is, where would that tattoo go?
On the back, you know, like, it would just be a picture on the back of the shirt. Like a Yakuza back tattoo, but on a hoodie shirt. It's like a bit of a gang sign, even? It would just look cool, you know? I would... Also, you know, shirts and stuff that have stuff sewed on, sewn on, so like not printed on. That would, so it just holds longer. That would also look good. Da, 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 da.
No. No, France. No.
What?
France is defending transport.
Oh, that's not good.
Isn't it?
You might be able to get away with it.
I might. They just want to ban slavery, which actually I kind of like.
Okay.
Yeah, I feel like that's probably doable.
Yeah, I mean, France doesn't have troops yet. They're sending them now.
Also, France is... Well, there's also the fact that France is at war with Germany.
Oh.
Yeah, they still have 3 navies and 1 militia coming.
Yeah,
Oh,
France
wait.
is not like that Germany's trying to unify.
Wait. Mecklenburg-Strelitz is a vanguard state.
Yeah, it's been that way for a while.
Comrade Mecklenburger. How are the Dutch doing? They're very normal still. They're boring.
They're doing pretty decent, actually. They did some smart
Yeah,
trades
but like-
for land in Africa.
But like, you know, doing decent is boring. They should just become the Confederation of the Rhine again or something.
Now's the question, where does the French people go? Okay, there's 1 navy there. Okay, good.
Okay.
So I have more transwall than everything else, so... Yeah, it doesn't seem like they will do much more.
The nihilist movement thing is like not stopping its progression when it should be stopping its progression.
Can't I just concede France what they want?
Not individually.
I do not like that. It's like, oh, France, I want to ban it. Can't I just concede a war goal?
You should be able to.
I can't. Like, I can't
Ooh.
propose I can't propose a peace deal, like ban slavery in Marinia Kingdom, sure. But even then, France won't accept.
Oh, it's probably because the war hasn't lasted long enough.
Yeah, I guess.
So it's probably that you'll have to wait a little bit.
Well, let's hope. They have minus 40 for short duration of war.
You guys want to
Eventually
start
that
wrapping
really
this
will
up,
go away.
perhaps?
Yeah, sure.
Since it's getting a little bit late.
Ah,
Yeah, they have minus 24, minus 30 for conquer Orania and Vristad is achievable through capitulation.
I really don't. For some reason, they don't want to build coal.
Even
It's
though
like,
they wouldn't get anything from that.
why are the coal mines not fully employed? It's like,
Check for discrimination. Check for qualifications.
Yeah.
Also, infrastructure is probably also probably a problem.
I mean, oh yeah, right. It is a problem actually. Oops.
Best way to solve infrastructure issues is ports.
They have 2 ports here, so like, it has
But yeah,
13 of 16.
with the new version, France is unlikely to just get their war goal because they also want to help with the other war goals. Which aren't even theirs. So, bye bye stuff I had.
That okay.
I can't. I mean, slavery is banned and Transvaal is bigger now.
Yeah. Now you have to fight Big Transvaal.
Yeah,
Uh,
in a few years, but that's fine. I have no slavery anymore. I think that's good. So, do we want to wrap this up?
I guess we wrap it up then. I
Right.
could still go for hours, but you know.
We could, but I already said a while ago it's already won.
Yeah.
It's almost 2 for you guys.
Yeah, and
Yeah, we normally go to sleep at 3.
My sleep schedule's already fucked up enough. I don't need to make it worse.
you little wuss.
No.
Stay up.
I know.
Let him sleep.
No. Ah. I
Stop
will
being
meow
a cat
very
and keeping everybody
disappointed.
up.
Okay. Meow. 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 Meow.
Yeah, should I keep you up at night?
No, you should feel disappointed. Meow.
I do not feel
I like playing Vicky now, and I don't want to wait for the next week. Anyway,
Then you could just play with the AI.
no, I want to play this. Ah.
But you could just play this with the AI.
No.
Also, I need to fix how the fuck do I get more coal? Like, seriously, I still have a coal problem. No one wants to work in my mine.
You can buy some from me.
No. 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 Anyway, I will probably fix this next week. So yeah, thanks everyone for tuning in. Hope you had fun with all of this talking and this madness. What's going on your side?
Oh, the landlords are really unhappy because slave trade is not there anymore.
Fuck them. So yeah, thank everyone for tuning in. Hope you had a wonderful time. See you all again on Sunday for more Alan Wake Shiny Shine on Dark Things. And yeah, goodbye.
Bye bye.
Bye.
Bye.